for my people. Yeah, this for my people. This for my people. This for my people. Yeah, this for my people. For the white man, 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 for the white man. Painted by the Spanish, did a whole lot of damage. Shit was outlandish, bags got branded. Split up all the families, then shipped across the Atlantic. So many died from the famine. Threw the dead bodies overboard, sharks ate them like salmon. I know you can't stand it, I spit the truth, goddammit. Big business got managed, dig it double back. Came to pick up all the blacks. We'll speed up our back, we never got to relax. Pretend to set us free, but then you double back without a crack. The type of game that you play, 80 keep it real, I ain't going for it. Beat a couple court cases, had a warrant for it. Told my mama if I ever did time, I'ma raise up the whole yard. Had my lawyer like, oh Lord, district attorney added more charges. No problem, ain't tripping, throw me through the scriptures. Mahayaman said the Lord with your boy, that's a small issue. Bounce back out the rebound, UPK got the heat now. They done let me off the leash now, teaching in the streets now. A part of Lost Tribe South, but it started in the East now. Look, this for my people, this for my people. Yeah, this for my people, this for my people. This for my people, yeah, this for my people. For the white man, 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 for my people. This for my people, yeah, this for my people, this for my people, this for my people, yeah, this for my people. For the white man, 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 for the white man.
No sweat. No sweat. No sweat. That's like work. No sweat. I got a bunch of soldiers I can go get. They think they doing something, they ain't no threat. And I ain't fell victim to you hoes yet. No sweat. No sweat. They try to still be running through they whole set. They think they doing something, they ain't no threat. And I ain't fell victim to you hoes, yeah. I ain't top 40 or nothing, but I can do that. To make a single is no biggie, not even 2-pack. My tracks beat so hard, leave a nigga blue-black. And when it flood, had them young bloods like how you do that. I'm old school, straight out the city like I'm a new jack. And I was raised in these streets, now where was you at? See, I'm the type of boss that walk in like where the loot at. And you the type of sucker that real niggas will shoot at. Enough about me and you, cause we know what the difference is. Y'all talk too much like compound sentences. I'm about to murk this beat, hope I don't leave no witnesses. When we slide through, it's real niggas on the premises. You think you done seen it all, but this is just the genesis. Say you wanna run it, you better lace up your tennises. Ain't about how you can get it, nigga, it's how you finish it. We put in that work, and now it's time to reap the benefits. That's like work, no sweat. I got a bunch of soldiers I can go get. They think they doing something, they ain't no threat. And I ain't fell victim to you hoes yet. No sweat, no sweat. They try to still be running through they whole set. They think they doing something, they ain't no threat. And I ain't fell victim to you hoes yet. My job is being the man, I'm still doing it. Now watch me eat these beats alive, not even chewing it. Gave these young niggas the game and then they ruined it. You might as well sit your ass down until I'm through it. I remember beatboxing and freestyling with Super Jit. That nigga caught 15 years over some stupid shit. We used to dream about this rap thing becoming lucrative, but now my whole aim has changed. I'm chasing rulership. My dogs came to bring the pain, but we not Wu-Tang. We walk in, we shut shit down. That's how we do things. These rap niggas lie. We come to give you that true game. And all my rhymes based on a true story like 2 Chainz. Hotter than blue flames. We ain't cooling down though. Headed to the top. We started off at the ground floor. Y'all niggas brown nose like y'all on the down low. Game over. What you clowns still hanging around for? That's like work. No sweat. I got a bunch of soldiers I can go get. They think they doing something, they ain't no threat. And I ain't fell victim to you hoes yet. No sweat, no sweat. They try to still be running through they whole set. They think they doing something, they ain't no threat. And I ain't fell victim to you hoes yet. No sweat. No sweat. No sweat.
Yo, I stay away from the streets and the trouble to get in. Trying to stay strong in this world full of sin, but they wanna bring us down, they wanna see us win. They wanna kill us all, Lord, tell me, can I live? Can a nigga live? Can I live? Can a nigga live? Lord, tell me, can I live? I know the hatred's deeper than the color of your skin. So can I live? Can a nigga live? Can I live? Can a nigga live? Lord, tell me, can I live? Know the hatred's deeper than the color of your skin. Can I live?
America, KKK, land of the good smokers, home of the slaves, and I'm just trying to be great. Tell me, how can I live with this drama every day? I'm a light, I'm a beam in this darkness. It seems that real life is a nightmare. Can I live my dreams on this earth? Since I was young, I realized I had a destiny bigger than the fiction that's disguised as what was best for me. Better than the hate and all the lies that be the death of me. As of late, since we've been hypnotized since elementary, thought it was my skin, but studied something that was new to me. They hate me because of what my ancient ancestors used to be. Healers, teachers, deities, not all of them were kings and queens. Our nature was natural, not supernatural. Now they call it magic and voodoo, that shit ain't practical. All the roots connected, always more to learn that you know. Don't let the shit go over your head. Same snakes up in the garden, but the skin just shed. They'll always try to convince you that it's all in your head. Just know you gotta do better before you hit your bed. I stay away from the streets and the trouble to get in. Trying to stay strong in this world full of sin, but they wanna bring us down, they don't wanna see us win. Trying to kill us all, Lord, tell me, can I live? Can a nigga live? Tell me, can I live? Can a nigga live? Lord, tell me, can I live? I know that hate is deeper than the color of our skin. Can I live? Can a nigga live? Lord, tell me, can I live? Can a nigga live? Tell me, can I live? I know that hate is deeper than the color of our skin.
Yo.
Can I live?
They say my rhymes cause too much excitement. Ride incitement, shit, well there's no indictments when my kinfolk get murdered by white men. Dark skin, light skin, divided and blinded. So we beef with each other, our brothers, rather than fight them. Fuck all that silence, it's time to get shit ignited. I ain't my way, low nigga. I ain't taking shit from no tars. And ain't no motherfucking nation got freedom from marching, begging for portions. Niggas ain't signing no parchments, big payback. You crackers got red in your margins. Why? They broke every treaty, slaughtered the buffalo, and then they set fire to teepees. They carved their face in mountains, but we go to jail for graffiti. We fought for this country, they gave us syphilis at Tuskegee. We been getting robbed, yeah, we're the ones who stay behind bars. They take all our money, but they ain't wanna give us no jobs. Wasn't supposed to make it, but we stayed defying the odds. It's like we really only living off the grace of our God. Can I live without getting harassed by the Sarge? Can I live without getting slammed on my car? Can I live long enough to raise my kids? Can I live long enough to see justice? Yo, can I live without getting harassed by the Sarge? Can I live without getting slammed on my car? Can I live long enough to raise my kids? Can I live long enough to see justice? I stay away from the streets and the trouble to get in. Trying to stay strong in this world full of sin, but they wanna bring us down, they wanna see us win. They wanna kill us all, Lord, tell me, can I live? Can a nigga live? Can I live? Can a nigga live? Lord, tell me, can I live? I know the hatred's deeper than the color of your skin. So can I live? Can a nigga live? Can I live? Can a nigga live? Lord, tell me, can I live? Know the hatred's deeper than the color of your skin. Can I live?
Because I'm willing to fight against drug dealers if they're Muslim, if they're Christian, if they're atheist, if they're Buddhist, if they killing black men, guess what? I'm gonna say something about it. Because you know why? Just like you ain't gonna, like your boy said, it ain't gonna happen. Guess what? I'm not letting nobody sell you drugs without me saying that. I'm not gonna do it.
find something to follow. Had loyalty, every man tried to borrow. Felt pain and a lot of sorrow. Got betrayed, so packed, I didn't even have my heart broke. Living confused, about to lose hope. Cops got me on the side of the road like a sideshow. Need an antidote before I croak. Now I'm setting fire to Rhythm Man Blues, call this guitar smoke. Rebel with no cause, trying to find direction. The world got me vexed. Picked up a bad liquor habit that's hereditary from oppression. Feel like my life was on fire, trying to find an exit. Now look, 10 G's plus a good wreck. Sometimes a follower is a soldier, trying to find a good ship. Plus when you in hell, how do you excel? Wisdom the breath of life, I don't believe in fairy tale. Listen well to what I tell. No calling can cause pain, something that a rebel knows very well. Can't you tell I was sent from the Lord? Got a tongue like a two-edged sword, with a style that they might just record. The only thing equal is the curse for the wicked and the righteous reward. Have mercy on the many, don't see it. Separated from the tares, now on my prayers, and it's so be it. A rebel, take the world by word of mouth. UPK, we the rebels that you heard about. Yeah. And it ain't gonna stop till 100 virgins in the house and I'm handing verdicts out. Get rank, you ain't heard a clout without a shadow of a doubt. These devils hitting licks off us. Fuck the bank, I'm about to storm the pocket ticket office. Can't sweet talk us, cannot stop us. And plus I know the feds watch us. Tell the people that they church full of witch doctors. Put us in prison, they stockpile us. Meanwhile, UPK turning rebels into rock wallers. In league with mighty men, and now I understand things that never truly made sense. Like why I'm crying at this funeral for a criminal, knowing he ain't innocent. It's fucked up, but my boot shine, standing between two priests, about to blaze on their heads, call it tough love. Look out for niggas just club and wouldn't touch a white bitch with OJ's black gloves. Father, forgive me for my error. I'm forever by your side, clean and purge me of all my flaws. This the reason I'm alive. Thank God for this truth, cause for a long time was a rebel without a cause.
Look, man, first time I met Commander Junior Hunter, man, hit 3807.
Rebel without a cause.
My little daughter with me. Opened the door, he was dropping the truth for me and all that.
Rebel without a cause.
Man, you know, you do your time. We taking the mountains, training in hand-to-hand combat.
Rebel without a cause. This the reason I'm alive. Thank God for this truth, cause for a long time was a rebel without a cause.
You cannot whoop us. We're already dead. We're already beaten down. We've been beaten down for 400 years. We already got the wounds inside and outside our bodies. How you gonna hurt us? You cannot threaten us. You cannot frighten us. We live in the most frightening places, under the most frightening conditions. We are immune to fear. We are immune to harm. You see what I'm saying? You have stepped into a cesspool. You're the only one gonna get infected.
From Westworld. Let's get it. Don't be sure, tell them make sure. If not, we gon' make more. Clips say it hold 20, but I think it could take more. Grab a stick, fire on your camp, we gon' make s'mores. I ain't satisfied with my spot, then I'ma take yours. No matter how many roadblocks in my way, I'ma break forward. This path I'm on is so damn narrow, I just stay forward. Put them on my plate, I'm never full, I just ate more. Put them on my plate, I'm never full, give me 8 more. Nigga, I don't sugarcoat shit, bitch, I'm straightforward. Don't give a fuck if they don't let me in, I just break doors. Ballin' so hard, they asking what team that I play for. Skimmer who? They ain't stopped making guns when they made yours. Sick with it. Feeling like I woke up with stage 4. They ain't want the peace loose, what they opened up the cage for. Endure the pain, been through hard times is what I'm made for. Paid my dues, never left a wage, I just rage war. So many chains and gold teeth, it's the blood of a slave. Sit on a throne with a gold crown from the blood of a slave. This is our world. Got it from the mud to the grave. Become a thing in the past, don't be a story in my page.
Still against all enemies. In high school, you was the man that's lost memory shit. Lost energy, never lost my energy. Never lose control, never losing. Dog, I plan to keep you. Lose your mind where I'm from. I ain't talking from what you see. I never lost soul. Losing times, wasting steady pacing. You off track, I'm on that. You pray to God, hoping he can save you. but it's power by war, and that's a different angle. This another lost cause, and I'm just adding to the list. They not seeing me for that reason. Got a flash on the grip, nigga, big priest. They gon' judge me by my increase, and I'ma keep stepping in these joys to the increase. Just got off the phone with Jacob, and he said it's time to shine. Certified, blue dot, put it on you, now you verified. One West world, bigger than World War III. Do not sleep, it's not cheap, and it's still top 3.
So many chains and gold teeth, it's the blood of a slave. Sit on a throne with a gold crown from the blood of a slave. This is our world. Got it from the mud to the grave. Become a thing in the past, don't be a story in my page.
Came on boats and then chains. So when I get rich, I'ma grab a boat and 10 chains with 12 ribs from each tribe. And each rib gonna have at least 3 kids. Yeah, I'ma have the deep squad. Been rapping since knee high. Now a nigga shack size. Spit that holy fire. When you hear it, you get baptized. One West world, yeah, you niggas know the logo. And I'ma bust it down so the haters see the globe. Let's have a feast. Let's shine on our enemies. Right in their face. Let's blind all our enemies. Cause now we have, but we come from half not. Throw that cash on the ground, my nigga, let's cast lots. I started from the bottom, birthed out of mud, raised by gangsters, turned out a thug. I ain't give a fuck, burnt out I was, from hitting licks in and out and selling nicks in the drought.
So many chains and gold teeth, it's the blood of a slave. Sit on a throne with a gold crown from the blood of a slave. This is our world. Got it from the mud to the grave. Become a thing in the past, don't be a story in my page.
Cops wanna kill me cause I'm black. Ops wanna drill me cause I'm black. Can't get no job cause I'm black. She wanna fuck me cause I'm black. My dad don't like me cause I'm black. But she Hispanic so she black. Ain't got no time for none of that. Bitch, I'm a Jew, so I'm black.
Son los anuncios. Somos la Escuela Israelita de Conocimiento Práctico Universal desde 1 Oeste, calle 125, Harlem, Nueva York, bajo el mando del general Yahana desde el 1969. Carnales, esta es la verdad. Si tú eres latino, negro o indio, nativo, tú eres Israel, el pueblo, el heredero de Dios. Let's get it on, Akim. Okay. Question, and to celebrate the Most High's Passover, I'm going to have a drink tonight. I thought it would already be here, but that's all right. I'm not rushing anybody. We can wait till the end of class, really. You know, really, no, I'll just, since it's here, I'll take it. The water warrior. All right, oh boy, is it really? I appreciate that. All right, I'll take your questions if you have them, all right? Of course, we'll go over the Passover. We'll go over the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We'll go over the true meaning of this communion that we celebrate every year. right? That's what they call it in the Catholic Church. They call it communion, right? They have their first communion around 13 years old. And they base that word and that term on the Last Supper, right? The time that when Christ had his last communion with the 12 disciples. So we'll go into that communion tonight. We'll go into that meal tonight that those disciples shared thousands of years ago. Men came together, brother, and shared a meal with each other. They shared a meal with each other that was not a meal. It had nothing to do with the food. Nothing to do with the food. And I'll explain that tonight, all right? But first, I'll answer your questions. Let's have them. Who's up first? Come on, sisters. Get it on. I know you have a question. Just ask. It's no problem. Brother, you're up first, please. You said it was the good stuff.
Shalom, shalom, General.
Shalom, warrior.
My question is in Isaiah chapter 9, in verse 5. No, in verse 5 is talking about confused noise and garments of blood.
Say that one more time.
In chapter 9, Isaiah chapter 9, verse 5, it's talking about confused noise and garments. I just needed a breakdown on that so I could break it down properly.
No problem, Mark. Let's go ahead and read it, all right?
This is Isaiah chapter 9. You want me to start up or right there at it?
Say again.
Would you like for me to go up a couple of verses or right there?
If you don't mind, please.
All right, kind. Isaiah chapter 9, verse 1. Nevertheless, the dimness shall not be such as wax in her vexation.
Say that first word one more time, please.
Nevertheless.
After that.
The dimness.
Okay, go ahead.
Shall not be such as was in her vexation. When at the first he lightly afflicted the land.
Just say it nice and loud, warrior. All right, you've been to camp before. Let's hear it. Come on.
Isaiah chapter 9, verse 1. Nevertheless, the dimness shall not be such as was in her vexation. When at the first he lightly afflicted the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali. And afterwards did more grievously afflict her by the way of the sea, beyond Jordan, in Galilee of the nations. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them have the light shined. Thou hast multiplied the nation and not increased the joy. They joy before thee according to the joy in harvest, and as men rejoice when they divide the spoil.
Keep going.
For thou hast broken the yoke of his burden and the staff of his shoulder, the rod of his oppressor, as in the day of Midian. For every battle of the warrior is with confused noise and garments rolled in blood. But this shall be with burning and fuel of fire.
Burning and what of fire?
And fuel of fire.
Oh, yeah. Do you understand it a little more clearly now? Or do you need me to break it down more?
I understand the fuel of fire.
You understand? What was your original question?
What was it said, for every battle is with confused noise and garments rolled in blood.
Meaning, with the Most High, in essence, I'll sum it up for you, is saying that the way it was before is going to be different in this time. I know you were destroyed in times past, and the dimness or the darkness in the times past was one way. This way you were oppressed under another nation, and they were oppressing you, and that was the dimness or the darkness of the past. But in the future, it's going to be different because he's going to break your oppressor. So your oppressor will not be there anymore to give you the former darkness. The former darkness is with violence, which is what you just described. Read it again to your question.
Verse 5, for every battle of the warrior is with confused noise and garments.
Meaning in a war. Blood. What happens in a war? Confused noise. Some of you brothers who have been in that war, America's been fighting a war for 25 years. So there are many brothers that have seen that kind of battlefield where it's just loud and you don't know where you're at and your eardrums are buzzing and there's things exploding all around you and it's so dark and cloudy. That's normally how war is, full of confused noise And it was the same way a long time ago. The same way with arrows and screams and blood everywhere, and it was a very confusing place to be. That was the former battle. Keep going. Read after confused noise.
And garments rolled in blood.
And garments rolled in blood. Once again, if you're on a usual or conventional battlefield, there's blood everywhere, there's screams, there's noise. Keep reading.
But this shall be with burning.
Read that, but this. And when you're on the street, emphasize the but this. That's what you need to really get it.
But this.
There you go. This is different. This is not the usual battlefield. And that's what our oppressor should understand. Our oppressor in times past, his worry was terrorism. His worry was the Germans and, the Japanese and the Afghanistanis and the Iraqis. Like, he has a very normal way of thinking about his enemies. And he believes his enemies have guns, and his enemies have bombs, and his enemies have some plot to hurt him. What he don't understand is, again,
but
this, that's what he doesn't get. This is not that kind of fight. This is not the usual kind of fight that men can prepare for, that men can plot on, that men can create a scheme or a strategy to defend themselves. That's not this. This is that other thing. This is the battle that comes from the Most High God. This battle is not fought with weapons. It's not fought with guns. It's fought with, continue.
But this shall be with burning and fuel of fire.
That's what this battle is fought with. This battle is fighting the elements, fighting fire from the sky. This battle is not fought by men. So in the times past, you would worry about men and what men would do with their weapons. That's not your concern this time. Your concern this time is the Most High God and his weapons. You understand? All right. Next question. In the back, same brother. Behind this, same brother.
Shalom, General.
Yeah, brother. Shalom, warrior.
My question is in Deuteronomy 28 and 63, sir.
Mm-hmm.
It says that the Lord shall rejoice over the destruction when he destroys Israel.
Of course. Mm-hmm.
And
where are you from,
I'm from Cape Town, South Africa, sir.
Cape Town, South Africa. Give him a hand. Hardcore. Most High in Christ. Please continue.
And then obviously in the Lord says that he does not have the delight in the death of sinners in Ezekiel. Mm-hmm. So for me, there's a contradiction with my understanding.
Of course. So, okay, say your contradiction with your understanding one more time. What is it? He said what? And then he said what?
If I may read.
Please.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 63. And it shall come to pass that the Lord shall rejoice to do good and multiply you. Mm-hmm. And the Lord will rejoice over you to destroy you and bring you to naught, and shall pluck you from the land wherewith you goeth to possess.
Okay, and the other scripture says what?
This is Ezekiel 33, verse 11, sir. Mm-hmm. Say unto them, as I live, saith the Lord God, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but if the wicked turneth away from his way and live, and turn he from your evil ways, for why would he die, O house of Israel?
Okay, and what if he does not turn away from his evil ways?
He will die.
How?
With plagues and...
Go back to your first precept.
Cancer. Deuteronomy 28, 63. That the Lord shall rejoice over you to do you good and multiply you.
right, so you understand what that means, right?
Cancer.
Break it down.
If we keep the law, statutes, and commandments, the Lord will bless us. He will increase the nation.
Because he wants you to do what?
Do well.
Okay, but if you want to stay on point, you'd have to say one word. He's doing it because he wants you to what?
Live.
Say it again.
He wants you to live.
To live?
Cancer.
Absolutely, give him a hand. That's what he wants. Like, that's his goal. That's his goal. If you want to understand that, first of all, there is absolutely no contradiction in what you're reading. You're reading about the way he would like to do it, and then you're reading about the way he will do it if he has no other choice. You understand? There's no contradiction. It's like any good father. There's a way that a good father would like to do it. Now, not a psychopath father, not some old lunatic that might have raised you, but I'm talking about a good father. A good father would like to tell you, son, do this, son, do that, son, go to school, son, get good grades, son, be brave, be courageous, be kind to the weak, and protect people who need your protection. And do this and help your mother and help your little brothers and help your sisters. Be a good person. That's what a good father would want. And he would like you to do those things because, of course, if you obey him, you will
live.
You will live. He'll have a son that will give him grandchildren in his later years, as opposed to a son who he has to bury. That's what any good father is trying to avoid, because he understands how easily that can happen. So when you're raising a son, you would like him to obey you, to listen to you, because you don't want to bury him. You get the point. But then some sons won't listen, no matter how hard you try to teach them, right? Some sons prefer the world. Some sons prefer temporary lust to the kind of permanent life that the Most High could provide. Now, for that kind of son, he has to learn the other way. Do you get the point?
Cancer.
Anything else?
La.
Next question, please. Up front.
Counselor, my question is in 1 Corinthians 15. I'll start at verse 3. It says, "For I delivered unto you, first of all, that which I also received, how that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures, and that he was buried, and that he rose again the third day according to the scriptures, and that he was seen of Cephas, then of the 12. After that, he was seen of above 500 brethren at once, of whom the greater part remain unto this present, but some are fallen asleep. After that, he was seen of James, then of all the apostles. And last of all, he was seen of me also, as one born out of due time." My question, sir, is what does the statement "born out of due time" mean?
Read it the one verse before that.
Sir. Salakia. And after that, he was seen of James, then of all the apostles.
You get all of this, right? That's when Christ rose back from the dead, and then he went about to go gather witnesses of him being back from the dead. And he went to see a lot of people, and he's running down those people. The first one to see him was a sister named Mary Magdalene, and she saw him first because she tended to his body. She went and put oils and anointed his body with oils to stop the stink of decay. And she went there every day to keep back the stink of decay. And one day she went and he was gone. Okay, so then after that, and everybody started to see him. When I say everybody, I mean, a certain amount of people that the Bible describes, all right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And last of all, he was seen of me also, as one born out of due time.
He was seen of me as one born out of due time. What does it mean to be one born out of due time? It's very simple. It's like, come on, please, up front.
Salaki, would it be like a premature baby if it was?
That's exactly where it is. He was seen unto me also as a premature baby. What is the metaphor? I'm trying not to give it to you. If a baby is premature, you wouldn't. I gotta give it to you. He didn't expect to see him. You get the point. So it's like Christ is here way before you expected to see him. You get the point. And remember, the disciples knew that Christ was coming back. You know that because of the book of Acts. When Peter saw Christ, what did Peter say? Who knows? It named all of those people that saw Christ. Peter was one of them, right?
Sir.
When Peter saw Christ, it's in the book of Acts, I believe 1:10 or 1:7. Peter saw Christ and he said, "Will thou at this time restore the kingdom unto Israel?" He thought that him rising from the dead was the second coming of Christ, when it was not the second coming of Christ. It was Christ rising from the dead to show everyone, I rose from the dead, just like the Bible said I would. Then he had to leave. Peter said, "Will thou at this time restore the kingdom to Israel?" Because Peter knew that when Christ comes back in the second coming, he is going to restore the kingdom to Israel. He didn't, because that wasn't the second coming. The disciples were waiting for him to come back. So when he saw him, it was like a baby being born before its time. A baby, something you've been waiting for. You get my point? Expecting and waiting for, but not this soon.
Sir.
You understand?
Yeah,
right. Next.
The water.
No problem. Up front, New York.
Shalom, General.
Come.
If I may, sir, if I could get a general breakdown on Revelations 8 and 11. Baba Kishar, sir.
No problem.
I'm ready to read it whenever.
I'm ready right now.
Khan. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 8 and verse 11. And the name of the star is called Wormwood, and the third part of the waters became wormwood, and many men died of the waters because they were made bitter. Salaki, sir, if I may, what exactly is wormwood? And also in this, the third part of the waters, if I could get an understanding of that. Baba
Wormwood, someone should look it up in the Bible dictionary. It's like poison. It's like something that people who knew herbs or know people today who might know about herbs are familiar with wormwood. There are a few herbs mentioned like that in the Bible, and it's poison. Someone can look it up. It might even have another name. Look it up in your Zondervan Bible dictionary, all right? And so it's poison. So in essence, it's this is a prophecy. He's seeing a vision. This is in Revelations. Right. He's seeing a vision, and he's describing the vision because the vision means something different than the literal meaning. Do you understand? Just like any vision. You might see, some people have dreams about flying. It's not really about flying. It's about something else. So you have a dream about this thing. It's about something else. This dream that he is seeing is about the destruction of the enemies that have him in that prison. Our adversary has him in that prison. He's suffering in a cave, being in prison as an innocent man who has done nothing other than decide that he would turn his people back to the laws and the commandments of God. So he's having visions in that prison, and the visions are about the destruction of those oppressors. So now that you have that, someone look up wormwood, and that might help you out. New York, up front.
Salakia. It says most chemotypes of wormwood contain a compound that can cause convulsions and death when administered in large amounts to animals and humans.
That's all you need. It's a poison. So now you got that, right? So go ahead and read it again.
Khan. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 8 and verse 11. And the name of the star is called Wormwood.
So now he's seeing a star in the sky, and the name of this star is poison. That's what you need. Just think that to understand it. Go ahead.
And the third part of the waters became wormwood.
And the third part of the waters became poison. Keep going.
And many men died of the waters because they were made bitter.
Meaning these men poisoned the water. They poisoned the water. They drink the water that these men poisoned, and they died. That's the vision. Does everyone understand? A third part, like anything in the Bible, it means it's like how can I describe it? A part of it, but the small part of it. You get my point? 2/3 would be the large part of it. 1/3 would be the small part of it. So a small part of this water became poison. Men drowned because they drank this water, right? They all died. The star is called wormwood. Why is the star become wormwood? Because stars are up in the sky. People look up to those stars, right? People worship stars. Some of you dummies out there worship stars, right? You believe in astrology and all types of nonsense like that. Why? Because in ancient times, people were mystified by how the stars shine in the sky and they worship them. So if everyone looks up to these stars, they believe in these stars, but the star is what? Poison. If you believe in this thing, you're going to die because the thing you believe in, the thing you look up to, is actually deadly to you. That's the point of the vision. You throw give him a hand. Christianity. Right. That's the he's getting to the point. Yes. The thing you look up to, the bright and morning star, the bright morning star. Everyone looks up to Christianity. Everyone thinks it's beautiful. All races, all nations. What's the number one religion over there in South Africa, brother? No, yeah, surprise, surprise.
That's right.
What's the number one? I know I have Alexa in here tonight. What's the number one religion in Africa? In the entire Africa, all the whole damn place. Christianity. Right. Everyone looks up to it. But this star is poison. Do you understand? And a little bit of the water is poison, and it's going to kill everybody. You understand? All right. Anything else?
The water, sir.
No sweat. Right. Go ahead, right here, please.
The water, sir. Mm-hmm. This next question I have is out of Exodus 23.
Well, before you go on, Salaki Asher, I didn't get any. If I got questions online, to let me know. All right. Let's just give priority to the brothers and sisters in the room. All right, because they're the ones that made the pilgrimage here. Give yourselves a hand now. Listen, I know it. I know it was not easy. It wasn't easy to make it here to the Passover. And in doing so, in making it to the Passover, you have shown your quality. That's what you've done by being here. It was difficult. All of the money you had to spend, the confusion, the trouble, and you are here. Now, think about that when a voice in your brain tells you can't get off of cigarettes, that you can't stop smoking weed, that you can't make better decisions. Then how did you get here? Then how were you able to show up here? You brothers and sisters have done something to earn my respect. You made it here to the Passover, and I'm proud of each and every one of you. Give yourselves a hand. All right. All right. Solid. Question.
Khan, sir. This is out of the book of Exodus 23, chapter 23, verse 20 through 22. It says, "Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if thou shalt
Is there a specific question now, just for time's sake?
Yeah, Khan, sir. Is this angel that is talking about, is this Moses or an actual angel?
This is an actual angel, right? You know the precept to prove it?
Sir.
The pillar. This is in Deuteronomy or Genesis or one of those?
Exodus, sir.
Right. Remember, there was an angel that guided the Israelites out of Egypt in a pillar of fire from the sky. So at night, the angel guided their way. So imagine at night, you don't know where to go. You see a giant, what's the best way to describe this? What's that thing that spins all around and kills up people and everything?
A tornado, sir?
A tornado. So imagine a tornado of fire going from the ground to the sky. And so you see it over there and you go march in that direction. And so at night, instead of wandering all through the desert, which is what the Ishmaelites did, wander all through the desert at night and begin to worship the moon, because it was the only light they had at night, which is why they, believe in, the crescent moon and, that moon rock they worship over there in the Middle East. The Israelites had a pillar of fire from an angel who was assigned to guide them through the desert. That's the angel that he's speaking about. That angel was there with them, guiding them. Also, you know that there are 7 angels over the 7 schools. You're familiar with that in the book of Revelation. There are angels in this room tonight. Do you understand?
Sir.
I can tell you how while y'all was shot.
The water, sir.
No problem. Next question.
So we got a question online.
Before you do that, any questions in the room? Please. Go ahead. I'll get you, Asher, 1 second.
Hey, shalom, General. My question is in Matthew chapter 17. General breakdown in verses 1 through 3, specifically verse 2.
See me one more time, Mark. Through water.
Matthew chapter 17. Would you like me to read those verses, sir?
Read right to your question first, please.
Come on. Verse 2, Matthew chapter 17, verse 2. And was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. That was the second verse, sir.
Okay, that's your question?
Specifically transfiguration.
What does that mean?
Come on.
Transfiguration. Does it say his face transfigured? Is that what you just said?
Lie, sir. It says, and was transfigured before them.
Right. This is when Christ came back. This is when Christ, right before he went to be crucified. And Peter and I think another brother, Andrew, saw him, and Moses and you know what I'm talking about, right?
Okay, it says that.
That's the one, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Transfigured means he changed. The term transfigured literally means changed, transfigured, right? Christ transfigured because he was standing there, and then all of a sudden he began to glow. So imagine just a man just started to illuminate. He begins to glow. And I believe it was Peter, and I want to say Andrew, but I can't guarantee it. But it was two disciples. It could have been John. They saw him glowing. And as he's glowing, Moses is on one side of him and Elijah on the other side of him. Right? And that's the transfiguration. The glowing is the transfiguration. All right. There are some Russian icons we've always kept in the school because of Commanding General Yohana from the 1400s that show the transfiguration of Jesus Christ, and he's glowing in that transfiguration. It also happened when he was baptized with water by John the Baptist. The Holy Spirit descended as a dove, the Most High's power floated down on him and began to make him glow in front of all of the disciples of John the Baptist, so that they could know to stop baptizing in water and to start following him. And he baptized with the Holy Spirit. So that's what transfiguration is, all right? New York, you wanted to say something? Go ahead. I'm sorry. The microphone might take too long, all right? Just go ahead and rock it out. If you're close to the microphone, use it. If not, just act like you're at camp and speak up. Please, you want to say something up? Go ahead.
Just a reiteration on the transfiguration.
You got it. In the book of Mark. Please. You want to read it? Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
This is the book of Mark, chapter 9 and verse 2.
Mm-hmm.
And after 6 days, Yahushua taketh with him Peter and James and John, and leadeth them unto the high mountain.
I'm sorry, is that the same one he's reading?
With the transfiguration.
The same account. I think we might be good with that. Unless did you have something to add as far as the glowing? Is that what you wanted to bring up?
Salaki, because you mentioned the apostles that was with Yahushua.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Who did it say again?
And it said with him, Peter, James, and John leadeth them unto the high mountain apart by themselves, and he was transfigured before them.
So Peter, James, and John.
No
problem. Next. Sister.
Salakia,
Sure.
can you break down giants, please?
Giants?
Con.
You have the one in Genesis? Is that what you mean?
Genesis, yes, 6 and 4.
No sweat, sister. One of the brothers will read for you, all right?
The one.
Someone read Genesis 6 and 4. I'll break down giants, all right? Do I need another precept? I think that's good. Also, what you should go, you might need Noah, which is right above it, but I'll just read the scripture now, all right? Go ahead.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 6 and verse 4. And there were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old men of renown.
Okay, start from the same became mighty men. Go ahead. Read that again.
Khan. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, where the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men.
Now that's all I need. Now, just to make you understand this easily, right? When it says they became mighty men, what is it speaking about? Just that. Just guess. It doesn't have to be right. Just what do you think? These people, they had the children of God, had sex or married the children of men, and they became mighty men. So what would that mean to be mighty, sister? Knowledgeable. That's good. That was the point. Now you notice that you did not say physically strong, even though mighty would mean literally what? Mighty would be physically strong, like Mighty Mouse. You're too young to know what I'm talking about. But there are some of these sisters that won't tell you they know what Mighty Mouse is. They just gonna act like they don't know what Mighty Mouse is. They just as old as me. We was there watching Mighty Mouse. Well, he was called Mighty Mouse because he was physically strong. But the sister said knowledgeable. Why? Because you, of course, could be strong with knowledge. You could be mighty with understanding. Well, when it says giants, it doesn't just mean they were very tall. Just like might doesn't just mean they're physically strong. You understand? Because I know Microsoft is a giant company. Right? And give me something else that's a giant. Amazon is a giant. You have the New York Giants. Right? Walmart is a giant. Oh, and this cat over here, he's a giant. He's big in that field that he's in that career that he pursues. So many people, because of the internet, I understand where it comes from. They believe that giants in the Bible means that they were these big, giant, tall. Tazaryak gave me the whole breakdown. The Akhenakian. Who knows what that is? I don't. Tazaryak said there's the Akhenakian. And he has to battle idiots that battle him about the Akhenakians. Say again? April 8th. That's when it's happening. You're going to see Captain Tazaryak destroy the Akhenakians. So the Akhenakians, Tazaryak told me, the Akhenakians are these giants. I assume like big, tall people, right? Even though that term, what is a giant? If you're in China, a giant might be 6 feet tall, right? If you're somewhere else, a giant might be 12 feet. What the hell does that even mean, giant, if we're talking about height? Because that's relative. You understand? The one person, if they're considered tall, it doesn't mean everyone considers them tall. Right? This has nothing to do with giants. When I say giants, I mean actually physical giants. And of course, the mighty part has nothing to do with physical strength either, which the sister already knows. So now I'll break the scripture down for you, okay? Someone read.
Salaki, sir, I got it, sir. This is the book of Genesis, chapter 6, verse 4. There were giants in the earth in those days.
There were giants in the earth in those days. What was a giant back then? Someone who controlled land, who controlled people. Nimrod was a giant. Nimrod was the man who we all worship today during the time of Christmas. Christmas is a dedication to a man. His name was Nimrod. He was rich. He was powerful. He was a warlord. He was the one that gathered all the people together to make a tower, because he believed if he built a tower, he could climb into the sky and fight God for his position, because he already ruled everyone on the earth. Kings, dukes, earls, men of power, presidents, they're giants. Zuckerberg, a giant. What's the other guy? Elon Musk. He's a giant. Do you understand? Now he's 5'9", but he's a giant. Do you understand? Right? There were men like that at that time. Men like Nimrod. And what else was happening? And there were also Israelites who were mighty because they were strong in their mind, strong with the knowledge of the Most High God. These giants at that time, these men of power, which is what a giant is. Keep going. I'm sorry, young warrior. What you want to say? Say again. Goliath is absolutely a giant. Why is he a giant? He was so famous. Goliath was absolutely tall, but height is not what made Goliath a giant. Goliath had been a murderer and a killer from the time he was your age. That's in the Bible. That's what made him so famous. He was very tall. He was taller than Shaquille O'Neal. He was what you would call today about 9 feet tall, right? But height is not what made him a giant. His record of being undefeated made him a giant. He had killed so many people. The Bible says that David was a young man and Goliath was a killer since he was a young man. So he was an old man who had spent years murdering people. And that's what made him so famous. That's what made him a giant. You understand, warrior? Next question. I'm sorry, on the same, let me finish this up. The Genesis one, please. Whoever has it.
And also, after that, when the sons of God.
The sons of God. This is another thing that people take very literal because they learn the Bible from our oppressor. When it says the sons of God, it doesn't mean that God planted God's penis in a woman and made a baby with her, right? The sons of God is speaking about the Israelites. We are the sons of God because we follow God, right? Precept. Fast, give me Romans 8. You know what I want. Romans 8 and what, 14 or 12? 14. Listen carefully, sister. You need this for this breakdown, all right? And this also can crush some thought in your mind of, Christianity with Jesus being the Son of God. Jesus never, his mommy never had sex with her husband, and God planted God's penis in her, and she's immaculate, and that's a lie. None of that is true. It's from learning the Bible from oppressors. They don't have rhythm. They don't have the Holy Spirit. They can't cook, and they don't know the Bible. Now, the other ones are not a sin, but one of them is a sin. Everybody gets the point, all right? Go ahead.
For as many as are led by the Spirit.
Read that again.
For as many.
For as what?
As many.
You need that part. For as many, meaning not just one. For as many, keep going.
As are led by the Spirit.
For as many as are led by the Spirit, go ahead.
Of God.
The Spirit of God, go ahead.
They are the sons of God.
The Son of God?
The sons of God.
Spell that word.
S-O-N-S.
Yeah, that's plural, baby girl. Right? That means there is more than one Son of God. Jesus Christ is the Son of God because he, who wants to blow my mind? Sister, because he, sister, go ahead. Say again. I can't hear you, baby. Oh.
Because he kept the commandments.
Shalom. Give her a hand. Right? He kept the commandments because he was led by the Spirit. He obeyed God. He kept the commandments. All right? So now when you go back to Genesis and read it again at Genesis, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yonkers, I'm too loud. Give me for a second. You see something like that? Do something about that. Go ahead. Come on, whoever had it, let's go.
Genesis 6.
Khan.
When the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men.
So now we know the sons of God are what? Men who are led by the Spirit of God. Is that what you were going to say? That I know you were. Men who are led by the Spirit of God. So men who were led by the Spirit of God did what? Go ahead.
And they bear children.
No, I'm sorry. The sons of God, go ahead.
And they bear children.
No, the sons of God.
Salaki, sir. Mm-hmm. Came in unto the daughters of men.
The sons of God came in unto the daughters of men. So now that we know what the sons of God are, right? What are the daughters of men, sister? Give her a hand. Right. The daughters of men. If you need precepts for that, you go straight to the New Testament, where Ishmael was Abraham's son, but he was not counted as the seed of God. He was not. He was the seed of the flesh. You understand? But Isaac was counted as the seed of God. The other nations, they're just men. That's all. They're just flesh and blood. With all of their tanks and their weapons and their technology, in the end, they all find out one day that they are only men. Everybody understands that. I pray you do. They will. They will. They're proud, but one day they'll know they're only flesh and blood. Yeah, one day, right? But the sons of God, God is on their side. They obey the Most High God. They're more than men. They're supernatural. Why? Because they follow the supernatural power. And they can do things that men cannot do. Right? So when the Bible says the sons of God went in unto the daughters of men, now translate that so you can understand it. Israelites, the chosen people of God, had sex with women of other nations. Right? That's what happened, like Tiger Woods. You know, he's the product of that, right? His father was a son of God. His mother was the daughter of the children of men. And you can go on and on and on with people like that. You can become very famous if you can have an Israelite father and an oppressor as your mother, because you become something perfect to our oppressors. They love the talent that Israelites have. They love that God shines on us. But they don't like that you look so different than them. You understand? So if you can have a heathen mother, it can be a path to success. A long time ago, my tribe, the tribe of Judah, would call that passing. Where you were able to, because your mother might have been white, an oppressor, or something like that, you might be able to pass. And then you could use your God-given talent to now and combine it with your face. Oh my God, now you're super famous, brother. To be clear, no one is actually mixed. Everyone is whatever their father is. So what your father is, you are, right? If I take an apple seed and I plant it in Japan, what will grow? If I take an apple seed and plant it in North Carolina, what will grow? An apple. No matter where you plant it, the seed is what it is. You understand? So whatever your father is, you are. Now, because of genetics, you can get certain traits from your mother. You can get her height, her skin tone, her blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't change what you are. Do you understand? So, but throughout time immemorial, Israelites have used certain traits that their mother might have had because their father was a sinner, to be able to use those traits to become what, sister? You don't know what I'm talking about. So, to become mighty, to become strong, to become rich and powerful. Everybody understands. All right, you get the damn point, man. I don't got nothing to say. All right, I'm leaving. Now, come on. Y'all got me so much. I had too much liquor last night. Y'all thank the Lord I'm even here. That's what you need to do. You fell through water. If not for my fear of Commanding General Yohana, I'm done. I got nothing else to say. You know everything I know. Shalom. Go watch a class. Go play a tape. All right, where are we at now? Go ahead. Please, online. You got it.
This is a question from online, sir. A person put in the chat, they would like to know the UPK stance on the horrible, disrespectful article and media coverage on the UPK having the Lord's Passover at the convention center.
Yeah, I almost forgot about that. Give a sharp hand to Water. Let me try to make everyone abreast of what happened recently. So as you know, for months now, Commanding General Yohana, because of public outreach and the cry of the people here in North Carolina, Commanding General Yohana decided to allow North Carolina to house and to have the Passover this year. Give North Carolina a hand. right? And of course, under the specific guidance of Captain Naya Thought. Give him a hand, right? So now that's that. So then this week, I think it might have happened 2 days ago, right? 2 days ago sounds right. About 2 days ago, there was some news article that said that, get the article if you don't mind. There was a news article that said the Raleigh Convention Center is housing a hate group, the most notorious and evil hate group in all the world. How could they do something like this? This is terrible. I've never seen such injustice ever in America. So they did a whole story about it. It was everywhere. So now all the reporters are calling, and it's ridiculous. Then I think last night it came on the news. Then last night, the news. We have never seen such racism in the South, ever. We here in the South, we didn't know people were racist. We can't believe this. I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know how bad we are, but I think you might be a little worse than us. I know I know we ain't choir boys, but damn, this is, North Carolina. I think you killed like 200,000 people down here. Right? But anyway, let me hold your point 1 second. Anyway, according to them, we the evilest people ever to come into Raleigh, North Carolina. It has just never happened before. Asher.
This is from the News and Observer.
Can they hear the news story? If we play the video, you should read this first. This screen can't do anything for us.
It could be utilized, sir.
Let's play the news, the video from the news. You can read it, but someone else, get ready to play that as soon as Asher is done, all right?
Officer Zion Public Shah.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is from the News and the Observer. Extremist religious group books Raleigh Convention Center for national event. An extremist religious group says it has rented the Raleigh Convention Center for its annual Passover celebration. The Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, or Isupk, is a Philadelphia-based nonprofit that has chapters across the United States. It's considered one of the extremist sects within the Black Hebrew Israelite movement.
Okay, first of all, just to correct the reporter, the Israelite School of UPK is not based out of Philadelphia. That's from someone watching Command and General Yohana's classes. But the UPK is based out of Harlem, New York City. That's where we're based out of from, all right? Always have been, always will be. All right? But we are extreme.
Right.
I'll give her that much. Right? We are a very extreme group, right? Very extreme. See, the only problem is, right, if you Christians could be a little more extreme about being better parents, then you would need us. That's the problem. The problem is you Christians, you are not extreme at being mothers. You're not extreme about being fathers. If you Catholic priests could be a little more extreme about protecting children instead of molesting children, then, then we wouldn't have to be so extreme. But you see, Commanding General Yohana saw that there was a need for someone who was absolutely committed to saving the lives of Blacks and Latinos. Absolutely committed. We're so committed, we're extreme about it. Please believe it. That's my profession. Somebody, let me tell you a quick story before you get the video up. I'm in an elevator in this hotel. In this hotel, I'm in the elevator, right? Right? I forgot to even tell anybody this story. This happened the first day I checked in. So I'm in the elevator, and some oppressor is in the elevator with me. And he looks over there at me. He says, "That's a bold necklace to wear." That's what he said. He said, "That's a bold necklace to wear." Now, first of all, most civilians are terrified to even talk to me, to even speak to me at all. which surprised me that he had the nerve to talk to me. But he did. He said, that's a bold necklace to wear. I said, oh, is it really? He says, yeah. He says, besides you and Sammy Davis Jr., I've never even seen anybody who would say that. He said that in this hotel. He said, besides you and Sammy, for you young brothers, Sammy Davis Jr. was Jewish. He also followed Amalek, correct? And so, and I looked at him, I said, ain't that something? He said, my wife has a lot of those necklaces, but she doesn't have anyone as big as yours. Don't let her see you wearing that. That's what he said. And I said, well, listen, man. Listen, I said, tell your wife, don't blame me. Blame the U.S. forces and the military in America. And he said, why? And I said, don't you know that young men died on foreign soil so that I could have the right to wear this bold chain? Me and Sammy Davis Jr.? Listen, and then when I said that, I said, yeah, they gave their life. They died. They died on foreign soil so that me and Sammy Davis Jr. could wear this bold chain. And he did this moment that I love to have with an oppressor. It's like an uncomfortable laugh. It's like a, and I go, yeah. And I just stare at him, yeah. And he said, well, I never thought about it like that. I said, yeah. He said, what do you do for a living? I said, I'm a cult leader. After that, listen, and me and this oppressor, we had a moment that I like to have with him. And he said, oh, I see. Oh, and then you hear, bing, doo, the elevator went on. He said, well, have a good day. I said, you have a good day too. He's getting off the elevator. I just look at him. And my special moments like that, I cherish. I cherish those moments, New York. And it happened in this elevator. I mean, in the elevator in this building. All right. People think we're very strange, right? We're very extreme. The problem is, if you could have just been more extreme about raising your children and treating your daughters better, then maybe Commanding General Yohana could have taken the lackadaisical attitude that you did. But because you were such a terrible parent, it took someone extreme to do the job you refused to do. I pray you understand that. Keep going.
According to the Anti-Defamation League, which tracks and fights anti-Semitism, the Southern Poverty Law Center calls the ISUPK a hate group and one of the most prominent sects within the radical Hebrew Israelite group.
So we're just terrible. We're just terrible and radical. But of course, the Catholic Church is accepted and wonderful. And the Catholic Church is going bankrupt because they're paying child molestation lawsuits and they're going bankrupt. A lot of you people went to the Christian church and you know they molest you in the church. I know already that you know that. You know that the deacons and the reverends, they sleep with your wife, and the choir is the gayest place in America. And everyone knows that, everyone says that, because they're not extreme about morality. They're not extreme about righteousness, but we are very extreme, all right? So now that's what went on. Play the news video, and then we'll wrap it up, and I'll give the breakdown on that, all right?
Got it, sir.
Go ahead, play it, nice and loud.
Well, you might recognize the group of black separatists that occasionally gathers in Raleigh's Moore Square. That group has ties to a nationally known hate group. And this weekend, they will hold their annual Passover celebration at the Raleigh Convention Center. WRAL's Joe Fisher is live in downtown Raleigh. And Joe, the gathering is raising some concerns.
Deborah, this group is widely viewed as anti-Semitic and anti-white. The city tells me they expect
about 500 members here at the convention center this weekend. Today, we found out that the contract for this event was finalized more than 4 months ago, back in November. But the city, along with the mayor, say they just found out exactly who rented this space earlier this week.
Your pastor is your protection, supposed to be.
On the streets of downtown Raleigh, you'll find members of the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, or the ISUPK.
You cannot be free without your oppressor being destroyed.
Who is that? Stop that. Who said that?
Leader is
the Lord was one. That was the Holy Spirit.
Captain Contazan.
Who was that?
Captain Contazan.
One more time.
Captain Contazan.
Captain Contazan. Give him a hand. Contazan here tonight. He's not here yet. Contazan. Get it on. Keep playing it.
Is Commanding General Yohana, seen in this YouTube video touring the Raleigh Convention Center. It's where the ISUPK will hold its annual Passover celebration on Saturday.
Convention Center, taking it to the next level. Worldwide.
The group is part of the Radical Hebrew Israelites, which the Southern Poverty Law Center identifies as a hate group for its.
You see the news story? Say again. Give Captain Contazan a hand. Well done, Contazan. God is out of New York, the tribe of Ephraim, man. Give him a hand, a pillar in the school, brother. And that's why sometimes, let me tell you something. I think about the Christians and the government and the FBI that try to fight us out. When you cannot compete with the talent that we have. And so many of you, I don't think you understand. Battling us out is like playing against an all-star team. We are just better than you. And we have better players. Do you get my point? Listen, we have a better team than you. You realize that Commanding General Yohana is with us. You realize Tazar Yak is with us. He's not with you, he's with us. Do you know Captain Contazan is with us? Captain Yatazak is with us. He's one of us. Nayathak is with us. Like, how in the hell do you expect to win? You have no chance. There is no way that you could defeat us. Our team is just simply better than yours. Everyone understands. I gotta go. All right, go ahead and play it, please. Finish up.
Anti-Semitic, anti-white, and anti-LGBT views, and chapters that, quote, perpetuate the anti-Semitic belief.
LGBT. Ooh, no. Oh, God. And let me, if you young brothers that battle, that go out and you battle people on the street, there is always one thing. Sometimes when you're battling someone, you might not know what angle to use to truly bleed them to death in the spirit, not literally, out on the street. If you can't think of an angle, always go back to hypocrisy. Because every sinner is a hypocrite. And every hypocrite is a sinner. And so if someone is trying to battle you about the truth, inevitably, their hypocrisy will be right in front of your face. Do you understand that today, the Israelite School of UPK, we're called a hate group, an anti-Semitic, because we identify as Jews. In a time when a man can identify as a woman, and a woman can identify as a man. The brothers told me there's something called a furry. Who has ever heard of a furry? Raise your hand if you're a furry. Who are the furries? Count them out. Put their name on the list. Raise your hand, brothers, if y'all furries. Nobody. I tried to catch him. You're damn that, huh? He said, damn that. Salakia. I was just asking. I mean, I'm just asking. There's something called a furry where the nigga pretends to be a teddy bear. And dress up like, and he can be a teddy bear, I think. And I can't be a Jew. I can't be a Jew, but a man can be a woman. And a woman can be a man, but I can't be a Jew. You are a hypocrite. You believe in everyone's right to be whatever they want to be, unless they want to be the chosen people of God. That's hypocritical. That's hypocritical. That's the Israelite School of UPK stance. I don't know what you're calling us anti-Semitic about. We didn't put you in those ovens. We didn't burn anybody. We didn't hit anybody. We don't wear SWAT stickers. Donald Trump's people, they wear SWAT stickers, right? The Republican Party, the followers of Donald Trump, they wear SWAT stickers. They say Heil Hitler. We don't do those things. How in the hell are we anti-Semitic at all when we know for a fact that blacks and Latinos are Semitic, are the chosen people of God? You're a hypocrite, and really, here's your problem. Our oppressor is so vile and so cruel and so selfish, he will not even share self-respect with you. Self-respect is something that he believes he is the only one that can have self-respect. Our people have learned that they are the true Jew that the Bible speaks of. And the Latinos are the chosen people of God. Viva la raza. Viva la boricua. Now, that knowledge gives you self-respect. You're not allowed to have self-respect. Self-respect belongs to our oppressor. It's theirs. It's like the gold or the money or the land. You're not allowed to have that. You can have anything as long as that thing doesn't give you self-respect. The minute that thing gives you self-respect, you can't have it. And that is why you're a hate group, because you're saying you're a Jew. When America has a freedom of religion, in America, you could worship this knife. You could be in any religion that you want in America, except for this one. This is the one thing that you can't believe in a country where the right and the freedom of religion is written in the Constitution. We're a hate group. Who have we hurt? Give me one charge we've ever taken since 1969 of violence. None. There is not one accusation. No one has ever been arrested in this school since 1969. And even an arrest would not mean we're guilty, because, of course, in America, you're innocent until proven guilty. We haven't had an arrest in here. We've never harmed one yellow hair on their head. Never. It has never happened. Stop Asian hate. We've never harmed any Asians. We've never done anything to them, and there is no one in the government, in the ground, or above it that can say we have, because it has never happened. But yet, we're the hate group. Now, can you Christians say the same thing? Huh? What religion was the Ku Klux Klan? In North Carolina, you have a giant Ku Klux Klan community in North Carolina. Is anyone from here that knows what I'm talking about? Oh, it's big. You have a giant Ku Klux Klan. I believe it's some place where their name is something county, home of the Ku Klux Klan. It's in the damn brochure. I mean, it's all over the place. We're the hate group. We're the problem in North Carolina. I don't think so. I think we're the solution. I think if more blacks and Latinos knew the fact that they were the true biblical ethnic Jew, they would realize that being a drug dealer is unlawful. Being a rapist and a child molester is unlawful. Eating pork, eating shrimp, eating crab is unlawful. Being a thief is unlawful. You know what? I know a lot of you white people out there, I know you might hate us, but we just might be the solution to your problem. It's quite possible. We might be exactly what you need. Exactly. Or maybe you really don't care about, crime and homelessness and abortion and poverty, maybe the only thing you really care about is keeping Black people oppressed, Latinos oppressed. And maybe if there's any chance that they might gain enough self-esteem to look you in your face, then maybe it's not worth it to you to fix these problems, all right? That's the breakdown on what happened this week. And if I could say one more thing, just for you out there, you oppressors out there listening, right? You of course called the what's the place we're having the Passover at? You called the convention center. You ringing their phone off the hook. You called the mayor. In the article, they tell you they hounding the mayor, telling the mayor to cancel our Passover, telling everybody, all the city council to cancel their Passover. Don't you know we're in a cult? Don't you know that? We're in a cult. If you canceled the Passover, we would have it in the middle of the street. We would have it no matter what. We're crazy. Don't you understand? We are crazy. Don't you get that? What do you think we would do if the Passover venue said we couldn't have it there? We'd have it in the middle of the street. Do you think some building could stop us from having the Passover? We would have it anywhere. We're in a cult. We're extreme. We're extreme. We are extreme. There is nothing you could do to stop us. Commanding General Yohana has the manpower, has the resources, has every logistical necessity to do whatever God tells him to do. There is nothing you could do to stop us. We wouldn't care if the building said we couldn't have it there. It would mean nothing to us at all because we're in a cult. Now, you should always remember that. We're extreme. I pray you understand. All right, next.
About 5 also 50s to the table the food is. And let me get any captains also 5,000 that would like to eat. Come to the food table also.
I'd like to get over if I could.
Please,
speak on something. We did a story recently too, sir. In this very article, they love to reference the Southern Poverty Law Center. The Southern Poverty Law Center went down there to that police, you know what I mean, city in Atlanta and was throwing Malvatel cocktails.
Right. Give Philadelphia a hand. Listen. Some executive from the Southern Poverty Law Center went down to some protest about the police creating some type of training facility in Atlanta. And he threw Molotov cocktails, which is like a glass bottle filled with gasoline, at the police and got arrested. And he's an executive with the Southern Poverty Law System.
He was a lawyer, sir.
Oh, Jesus Christ. A lawyer who calls us a cult and we're crazy and we're lunatics and we're a terrorist group. When we didn't throw any Molotov cocktails in Atlanta, we didn't hit anybody with anything. You know, I think their problem with us has nothing to do with violence or the threat of violence, but they consider what we teach such a threat because we teach Blacks and Latinos that they're the chosen people of God. All right. All right. But maybe you think you can beat us. We'll see. That's all. Just come on. You know, that's no big deal. You know, I mean, I'm halfway bored with not enough challengers. Maybe we should just do it. You know, I mean, so I can turn that part off. I mean, maybe we should just do it, right? Maybe move on. Any other questions? Please go ahead. Come up front, warrior.
Slack you, sir. In the book of Judges, the 7th chapter, Gideon and the 300. Why did he get those 300 that lapped up the water instead of the brothers who got the water off kneeling?
Let me keep it quiet back here. Whatever's going on over there, make that stop, all right? So now, to explain to everyone the Warriors question, where you from?
Louisiana, but I'm based out of Cali.
Well, you live in Canada.
California.
California. Give
Yes,
California a hand. Okay. What the brother's talking about is a very famous story about Gideon and the 300 soldiers that he fought the Midianites with. I believe it was the Midianites, right? Well, okay. Gideon, I'll speed you up. Gideon went out to battle with a large army. Now, the large army was still nowhere near as large as their enemies. Their enemies, quadrupled them. But he had a reasonable army, but he was still very outnumbered. Then the Most High said, there is too many of you that go out to this battle to give the Most High glory. You understand? The Most High God said, meaning even though now we're outnumbered, but we're not outnumbered enough to give the Lord God glory. Everybody understands? Speaking of that, if I could, Warrior, this is another question that the reporters ask Commanding General Yohana. This question always gets asked since I've been in the school. They say, well, how many of you is it? How many of you? They ask it over and over again. For 25 years, I've been in the truth. They say, well, how many of you is it? Well, how many of you are going to be there? Well, how many of you? How many of you? And this is what Commanding General Yohana always says. In the Israelite school of UPK, we do not put strength in numbers. We don't believe that it matters how many of us it is. We know this much. We have more than enough men to fight the Lord's battle. More than enough. Do you understand? Just so you know, in the UPK, we never count how many people are there, ever. We never count. We on purpose, and there are meetings, of course, that I have to be in because of my position under Commanding General Yohana, where in the meeting there might be something that happens where we have to say how many brothers are this, how many brothers are that, on purpose. We make sure never to say that number, never to write it down, never to do it. We never write down a slave name in this school. That's for the FBI. Never. We don't have records with anyone's slave names on it, so don't ask. Because we don't keep those kinds of records, and we do not keep any record of how many of us it is, because there is a temptation in the past by fake Israelite groups, by our enemies, to derive strength in the knowledge. Farrakhan had a 1 million man march. Ooh, he thought he was something, didn't he? He counted them. We have 1 million people. Where is Farrakhan at now? And he's in the Scientology meeting. That's where he is. Because all of them derive some type of pride and strength in numbers. And that is something that we never do. Why don't we do it? Gideon is why we don't do it. Because we know about Gideon. We know Gideon went out to battle he was highly outnumbered. The Most High God said, you are not outnumbered enough. He told Gideon, when you go to drink by the lake, there'll be certain brothers that will bring the water to their face and drink water. There'll be other brothers that will put their face in the water and drink it. Whoever laps up the water like a dog, send them home. Whoever brings the water to your face, take them with you to battle. Where's the brother that asked the question? So now, give him the microphone. Now here's to your answer. We got two brothers. We got two brothers, right? One brother, he gets down to the water, he goes, and drinks it. Another brother, he goes, that's the one you're taking to battle. The one that lapped the water like a dog, that's the wording in the Bible. Shalom. He goes back home. What's the difference in those two people?
Salakia, if I may, the brother who's like kneeling down, putting the water to his mouth.
Looking around for what?
He's like on Shamar.
He's on Shamar. And the one who sticks his face in the lake and licks the water up, you know what he is? Thirsty.
Come on, come.
He should go home.
Come on, come.
You understand, Doc? He should go home. This might open your eyes to those of you in the UPK on how we choose men. We do not want the men that is dying of thirst and he has to drink. Oh my God, I'm so thirsty. We're in a war zone, Doc. They're trying to kill us. They're trying to shut us down. Our enemies are strong. Who were your enemies when you were in the world? Somebody that wore a red rag? Who was your enemy, huh? The niggas from 54th Street? Who was your enemies? Raheem and them? Pedro and them? Who were your enemies back in the world, huh? Huh? Them guys from the 2 blocks next door to you? Our enemies are the FBI and the mayor of North Carolina, the mayor of Raleigh, the governor, the Southern Poverty Law System, all the drug dealers, all the police. You can't come with us if all you care about is satisfying your thirst. How in the hell can you be with us? If you're going to drink, you'll bring the water to your mouth and keep your eyes on our adversaries. Him we'll take. The other ones, you should go home. This is not the life for you. There are certain people, like certain men. I'm sorry, boy. The water. There are certain people, certain men, their life is about satisfying an urge, their lust. You got a lot of urges out there. You got needs. I hear you. You can't be with us though. Right? A lot of you. Who's hungry right now? Have they served the food yet? Has the food been served? They serve it in now. Has everyone eaten? Or you haven't eaten? I don't even care about that. You get the point? If you're here to eat, you should have stayed home. Home is where, you know what's at home? Home is where you got Uber Eats. They bring the food straight to your fat ass house. You ain't got to get in the car no more. Now you could be eating the country with some cheesy things everybody loves to get all over their fingers. The Cheez-Its, the cheese crack. You could be eating Cheez-Its. Get on the phone and say, bring me more Cheez-Its. Before you know it, more Cheez-Its will show up at the door. Before you get to the bottom of the bag, there'd be a ding-dong. They replenish your Cheez-Its. Okay, if you're here, you're not here to eat because you could eat at the house. I'm assuming you're here to be with us. That's the meal we're going to share. We're with each other. This meal really has nothing to do with why we're here. Do you understand? Which is my topic I'm trying to get to. All right. If you're all mad because you can't, some of you are alcoholics and you can't get enough alcohol, you should have stayed home. Some of you can't handle being hungry. You can't handle being thirsty. You should have stayed home. You're going to eat food today that should have went to someone else. You're going to eat someone else's food. You shouldn't have come. Lord knows we don't need you or care about you being here. We're in a cult. We're extreme. We're crazy. No one's hiding it, right? You don't watch the news? We're crazy. What in the hell are you doing in here? Everybody understand, you're in the wrong place. We're extremists. So yeah, Isupk. So we pick the brothers, that bring it to their face. That's why, because they care more about the adversary and protecting their brother's back. They care about watching the back of their brother more than they do satisfying their thirst. Where the brother from again? California, you understand, right? Right. Solid. See me one more time, warrior. Anything else? Anywhere. Don't matter to me. You choose. 1 second, Warrior. He's already over here.
So my question is, so if we can go back to whatever your dad is, that's what you are?
Yes.
So if your mom was white and you were black, would she still be able to come into the truth?
So, you can take that out. If your mom is what? You can take that away.
If your mom was white and your dad was black, would you still be able to come into the truth?
Would you still be what?
To come into the truth.
I can't hear. Absolutely. If your mother is white, if your mother is Chinese, Japanese, and African, and your father is from Nicaragua, the native people of Nicaragua, the native people of Chile, the native people of Argentina, the native people of Mexico, the native people of Jamaica. Where are you from again, Asher? Shalom, Brazil. If your father, whatever your father is, you are. And if your father is an Israelite, you are accepted in the Israelite school of UPK. Now, I need a little more of this right here. Now, your father being an Israelite is not good enough for us to allow you to stay in here. It's good enough to get you in the door. If your father is not an Israelite, there's some brothers outside that won't let you in here, right? Because we're extreme. So they won't let you in the door, right? But if your father is a so-called Negro, so-called Latino, so-called Native American Indian, you can get in the door. You can walk in here and cover your head and be in this class. But it's not good enough to keep you in here. To keep you in the school, you would have to become a righteous person, a moral person. You would have to become a woman of honor. Do you understand? All right, that keeps you in here. You can get in the door based on what your father is, right? But after that, we'll have to see you rise to a higher level. Everyone understands, right?
Salaki, sir.
Go ahead.
If I heard that was a sister, right?
I believe so. Come on, right?
If I heard the sister correctly, I think she might have asked, could her mother come into the truth?
Is that what you said? I didn't hear her say that. Speak up. I'm sorry, sis. My hearing is terrible. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So that's not what I specifically said, but it was also another one of my questions. If your mom could come into the truth as well.
If your mother can come into the truth and she's not an Israelite?
Yeah.
No, your mother cannot come into the truth. That's right. But your mother can be the best American she can be. Yeah. Listen, I've counseled sisters, brother, who had a oppressor as a child, meaning in the world, they had sex with a white man and their child was white. But then later on, they repented and they came into the truth. They can't come into the UPK. But if you have a white son, why don't you go make him president? You got a white son at home, huh? Why don't you go and make that son the mayor of Raleigh, North Carolina? And then now your white son can ease the way for us to have the convention center. Go do something. So no, if your mother is a white woman, she can't come in here, but she absolutely can help us. Why can't she do that? She can never step foot in this room and go out there and she can contact the Southern Poverty Law System and tell them, take them off that list of hate groups. I'm a white woman and I want them off of that list. I'm white. Tell your mama to do that. Tell your mama to get us off. Tell her to call the Southern Poverty Law and get us off of that damn list. Oh, not her mother. I'm sorry, Celeste. My apologies. Just tell me. That's all. I'm damn. That is Captain Nakad's daughter, Salakia. Sometimes I drink. And I can't see well, or hear, or talk, or stand. It is the good stuff. That's Captain Nakad's daughter. Give him a hand. We got Captain Nakad on our team. You can't beat us because we have Captain Nakad. So yes, sister, if another woman, if someone has a white mom and your mom loves the UPK, but she's white, she cannot come in here. Guess what else your white mama cannot have? A scholarship from the United Negro College Fund. Can she? Can white people receive scholarships from the United Negro College Fund? Who wants to raise their hand and tell me? Sister? They can? They giving out? Damn. Well, they can come in here. What they want from me, actually. The thing is called United Negro College. We can't be Jews either. I gotta go. Anything else? We can't be Jews. And we can't be Jews. That's what Asher just said. Okay, I gotta go. Is there anything else in the room? Go ahead.
Salakia, sir. I believe the NAACP kicked out a white woman for pretending to be black, but I don't think they're on
Now
the Southern Poverty Law
give
Center.
Texas a hand over here. Yeah. What happened to Rachel Falazar? She was pretending to be black. They hated her for that. But of course, you can be a woman and a woman can be a man and all that nonsense, which none of that is true. I assume with you, brothers and sisters, I don't need to break that down, all right? You know you are whatever you're born as, right? I got to move on. All right, anything else? Go ahead, warrior.
So lock out the one. They gotta remember where we at. We in North Carolina, South Carolina. Well, that was the one of the last states to leave the free the slaves, right?
Yeah, I think you're right, warrior. Give them a hand.
That means they don't want to see us do nothing. They went to war with their own people. You know what I'm saying? Before they let up their slaves, man. That's why we on the news right there talking about we anti-Semitic and all that there. You understand? Like these people hate us here. We right on their turf. So lock out the one.
He's telling the damn truth. You telling the truth, give him a hand. All right, let me know when I can get to my topic, Asher, all right? Any questions in the room? Raise your hands, nice and tall, right here. The sister over there. Go ahead.
Salaki, can I get a scripture breakdown of 2nd Ezra 6, verse 10 and verse 19?
2nd Ezra 6 and 19. Is there something in specific or just a breakdown?
Well, we've read through the text, and it was verses 10 and verses 19. I couldn't get any understanding of, so I just wanted to get a breakdown.
You said verses 6 and verses 19?
No, it's 2nd Ezra chapter 6, verses 10 and verses 19.
Okay, I can't do the whole thing for you. What's the most important verse that you need broken down?
19.
Go to 19 for it, please, brothers. The brothers will read for you, sister, all right? Go ahead.
2nd Ezra chapter 6 and verse 19. And will begin to make inquisition of them, what they be that have hurt unjustly with their unrighteousness, and when the affliction of Sion shall be fulfilled.
Okay, I need 2 verses up so I can catch the context. Go ahead.
Verse 17. And it happened that when I had heard it, I stood up upon my feet and hearkened, and behold, there was a voice that spake, and the sound of it was like the sound of many waters. And it said, behold, the days come that I will begin to draw nigh and to visit them that dwell upon the earth.
This is a prophecy, sister, about the Most High God sending Jesus Christ back to redeem us from the hand of our oppressor. And before he does it, he's going to begin to afflict this world because of their cruel treatment to us. These scriptures are what Ezra, the prophet Ezra, who this book is named after and who wrote this, he was vexed daily with the oppression of his people because he had the knowledge to know that the Israelites were the chosen people of God. But at that time, the Israelites were in slavery under another people. So it's similar, very similar to you in that you know that you are the chosen people of God. You know that blacks and Latinos are the better, the more moral, the more righteous people of this earth. But at the same time, you have to show up to that job. You got to show up there every day. You got to fight and scrounge and scrape to survive. And inevitably, there'll be some white person who is above you that you have to beg for a living. And to have that dichotomy in your life of, I'm the chosen people of God, but I need to please a white person to survive. That began to vex Ezra, to vex him. And so he went to the Most High God, who sent him an angel to try to help him to have the one thing that you have to have to make it to Judgment Day: patience. You have to have it. I know you know who you are and you know who they are, but you have to be at work on Monday morning. And that will drive you crazy sometimes. And you have to have patience. And the angel of the Lord God came there to teach Ezra patience. This is the patience and the faith of the saints. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. It's for you, sister, it's like waiting for a baby to be born. You know, you want it to happen, and you're having morning sickness, and you're vomiting every day, and you can't keep down food, but you know you're just counting off the time. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You're getting bigger, and then your back starts to hurt, and then you can't walk, and then you're miserable and you can't sleep. You're trying to find a way to sleep with that big balloon on your stomach. And you're fighting. And what's in your mind every day? One day my baby will come. It'll be born. It'll be healthy. The Most High will bless me. I just have to endure. That is how you get through slavery. That's how you get through oppression. You know it's coming and it's going to happen. It's just not happening when you want it to happen. That's what this is about. I'm giving that to you in a nutshell so you can understand the breakdown. That's what the entire chapter is about. That's what the book of 1st Ezra and 2nd Ezra is about. You understand, sister? Who the hell said it over there? I got her. All right, keep going.
Verse 19, and will begin to make inquisition of them,
Mm-hmm.
what they be that have hurt unjustly with their unrighteousness.
And they begin to make inquisition, meaning like an inquisition is a trial. It's a trial. At the end of World War II, there were the trials at Nuremberg, in Nuremberg, Germany, when our oppressor, the so-called Jew, he was able, after 4 years of terrible oppression, and the so-called Jew was oppressed for 4 years, and 6 million oppressors who called themselves Jews were killed and burned in ovens in Germany. And that's a terrible and horrible thing, huh? That's terrible. And that happened to them. And they were taken out of their homes and their mansions and thrown into ghettos in Poland and in Germany. And in the end, Hitler had the final solution where he decided that he was going to kill as many of them as he could in gas chambers. And he told them they were getting in showers. So they took off all of their clothing thinking they were going to bathe. And they went into these shower rooms, and instead of water, come on, Maya. The thing about the news, the thing about them calling us an extremist group and trying to shut us down. Our oppressors calling themselves Jews, they took off their clothing and they walked into what they thought were shower rooms because they were rarely allowed a shower at that time. They went into shower rooms, and instead of water coming out of the shower faucets, gas came out, cyanide, and killed them. And he killed 6 million of them. And it was a terrible and horrible thing. It was something that we would never do in the Israelite School of UPK. Never. Because we're not cruel. Do you understand? Your preacher is cruel. Your Catholic priest is cruel. But we're not cruel. We don't harm people who can't defend themselves. We don't have the kind of bloodlust that those 5 black cops had in Memphis. Is that Memphis? In Memphis. Those 5 black cops that beat up some poor little brother who couldn't defend himself and killed him simply for the joy of beating on someone that could not defend himself. We don't have that. We're not cruel. We would never do anything like that. But Adolf Hitler did it, and 6 million of them were murdered and were killed. And at the end of that terrible time, they had a judgment day. They had it. At the end of the war, Adolf Hitler committed suicide in a bunker. All of the authors of the final solution, I forget their names, it's on the tip of my tongue. Actually, you might be able to find them for me. They all were dragged down to The Hague first. And then they were dragged into the Nuremberg trials, where Jewish people sat in judgment over the men who had murdered them. And they had a trial. Some of them, I remember one cat, he drank poison. The other ones were shot and hung. All of the authors of the final solution that killed 6 million people, they committed suicide, they were shot, they were hung. At the end of that, in 1948, there was a Jewish state established so that Jewish people would no longer have to hide in Poland, hide in Russia, hide in Rome. They could have a state of their own. With their own government and their own laws. Why? Because they had suffered for so long. And now they were able to have a place of their own. And at the end, there was an inquisition, and they received justice. Why can't I ask for the same thing? Why can't I just say, why not? Listen, so many of you call us Black and Latino supremacists. Why am I called a supremacist? Because I want the exact same thing that you got. I want equality with the people who were able to judge their oppressor, who were able to punish their oppressor. That is equality, because they got that. They had those trials. The men who killed 6,000 Jewish people are dead. They're not here with monuments in their name. They don't have statues erected to them like you have in North Carolina to Confederate generals. The people who killed 6 million Jewish people are dead, and the memory of them is not allowed to be honored. It's not supremacy if I want equality. I want justice for my people just like you got it. The same way you got it. I want a day of inquisition. Well, here's the good news. Even though you don't want me to have it, God wants me to have it. I pray you understand that. Keep reading.
And when the affliction of Zion shall be fulfilled.
Yeah, the affliction of Zion shall be fulfilled. Being fulfilled meaning it's over. In 1944, the affliction of the so-called Jewish man was over. It was done. Now he is flourishing and thriving under your commandments and believing in your rules. I would like our affliction to be over. And I would like a day of inquisition for my oppressors and my murderers. Keep going.
Verse 20. And when the world that shall begin to vanish away.
And the world that shall begin to vanish away. What's the world that will begin to vanish away? This world. This world where we're called a hate group for reading the Bible. I would love, who's a hate group? Us and the Ku Klux Klan, right? And so many times, General Mahayaman, House, you know this, right? We're called a hate group, and they always say, they compare us on this news video. I stopped playing it. We will play it at the end. The devil's the oppressor said if the Ku Klux Klan was renting the convention center, no one would allow that to happen. I've heard this my entire time in the truth. We're compared to the Ku Klux Klan. Where is the white man we hung? We lynched. Where is the front yard that we burned across in someone's front yard? Do you understand when the Ku Klux Klan, brother, killed, I think, 6,000 people by hanging? The regular media, like the media today is coming against us. At that time, the regular media did not even put it in the newspaper. The only reason there was any uproar is because of black newspapers. At that time, we had black newspapers, and black journalists were pushing the fact that 6,000 people were being killed from North Carolina to Mississippi, were being killed in Louisiana. The regular media cared about Babe Ruth. They cared about, nonsense. But black newspapers were pushing it. Emmett Till became the beginning of the civil rights movement. It wasn't white newspapers that cared about Emmett Till. Black newspapers pushed the Emmett Till story and pushed it. And finally, Emmett Till, when his mother went to have the funeral, they told her to close the coffin because the sight of her son was grotesque. It was horrible. Emmett Till's mother said, no, I want them to see what they've done to my son. And she opened the coffin. And black newspapers went in there and put Emmett Till's face on the front of every black newspaper in the South. And then finally, white newspapers said, we have to cover this. We have to do something about this. Who's ever seen the show or heard of the show, The Twilight Zone? Raise your hand. Let me give you the history of The Twilight Zone. This is for the journalists over here that hate the UPK. After Emmett Till, after his mother showed her his face all throughout black newspapers, white newspapers finally began to pick it up. They finally began to talk about the lynchings and what was happening down here in the South. There was a man named Rod Sterling that saw Emmett Till's face. And he said, white people need to learn what they're doing to black people in the South. But he knew that the white people would never accept it if he actually talked about black people. He invented science fiction as a way to teach white people about the evil things that they're doing to black people in the South. You can Google what I'm saying. You can pull out your phone and see Rod Sterling say, after I saw Emmett Till, I knew that white people in the South needed to learn to be more kind, to be more accepting, but I knew they wouldn't accept it. So instead of calling them black people, I said, we need to accept aliens. We need to be nicer to the Martians. We need to be more kind to the people from other planets. He invented science fiction to try to teach white people to be kind to black people. And he knew they would never accept it if he just said, be kind to black people. That's what journalism used to be. That's what they used to do. Rod Sterling is saying this on a video. He's saying this, you can just Google it and look it up. Emmett Till is what invented science fiction. And what is science fiction now? All aliens coming together, all of the aliens being nice to each other. They don't care what planet you come from. You should be nice to all the different people from other planets, because that was their way to say, stop hanging black people. Stop killing them. Stop slaughtering villages of Mexicans. Stop killing entire villages of Mexicans. Stop slaughtering villages. But I know you won't hear me, so be nice to the Martians. Be nice to the aliens. Let me tell you something, brother. All I'm asking for is what white people already got. I would like justice. And it's not racist to want justice. It wasn't racist when the Jewish people wanted it at the end of World War II. It's not racist that Commanding General Yohanna demands it today. It's not racist. We are not racist at all. There is nothing racist about the Israelite school of UPK. What we are is kind to the people that you want to be cruel to. We're kind to them. We're just to the people that you won't give justice to. Maybe you're the criminal. Maybe you're the one that needs to be stopped. Maybe one day we'll have an inquisition over you and what you did. Until then, we'll be patient, right? Until then, we'll all be patient. Any more?
There's more in the verse, sir. Shall I continue?
Let's move on.
Salakia, sir.
Go ahead.
Officers of 1,000, officers of 500, you can go get some food.
Next. After this, can I get my topic or what? We got any more questions in the room first? I'm scanning. You got to get that hand up nice and tall. Please, Trinidad. Give Trinidad a hand up.
Yes, Shalom,
Brother,
General.
hold up, Trinidad. They're complaining because they got here from Florida. You got here from where? Trinidad. You had to get a passport and everything, didn't you?
A visa, sir.
Jesus, he wouldn't have to get a visa. What's your problem? Where you come from? South Carolina? This brother came from Trinidad. He lived in a palm tree. I'm joking, but still. Go ahead.
I just must say, is always a experience being here. Every year that I come here, getting to see the brotherhood and sisterhood. It's a totally different experience with people in the world who just treat it like dogs.
Give him a hand. Most High in Christ. We're happy to see you too, brother. And what's your rank?
Captain, I'm 10,000.
You deserve that. This cat here is a hardcore cat. Let me tell you, this brother here, Captain Mashak. Oh, he loved to get his men raised up, my Captain Mashak. He loved to hound me till I can't go to sleep. I'm trying to be in the gym. He want to talk about him all day. All he can do is call me in the gym and talk about you. And that's how he got this brother raised up right here. And he deserved, and Mashak was right all the time, and I'm always wrong. And Mashak was right, because this cat here is outstanding. And he's a champion of the word of God in Trinidad. Go ahead, warrior. What do you want to say?
I have 3 questions. The first one is with baptism. In Acts chapter 8, when Philip went in water and baptized the eunuch, sir, the Ethiopian eunuch, why did he went into water to baptize him?
Okay, who went to water?
Philip.
Because there was a time when the disciples did not understand that Christ didn't want them to baptize with water. And what you need is when they said, then we remembered that Christ said, John indeed baptized with water, but you shall baptize with the Holy Spirit. The 12 disciples, when Christ was on the earth, did not understand what he was saying. They didn't get it. It wasn't until he died, rose again, and time after that. Remember, they all left the truth. Peter left the truth. Peter denied Christ 3 times before the cock crew said he didn't know Christ. He don't know who the hell they're talking about. All of them left the truth. Then at the day of Pentecost, they came back. And then slowly over time, the things that Christ said when he was on the earth, they began to get it. Before they got it, they were baptizing with water. Before they understood it, they began to just say, well, baptism is with water. Why? Because of Leviticus, the 15th chapter. The baptism is a law, meaning if you're unclean, you take a shower, you bathe, and then you can come back around the people. The Israelites invented hygiene. So they begin to just do it like hygiene. Well, you're a sinner, you wash, and then you can come back around the people because of Leviticus, the 15th chapter. Then they remembered that Christ said, John indeed baptized with water, but you shall baptize with the Holy Spirit. Then they stopped. Before they remembered it, they were baptizing with water. You can just look up what I just told you. You understand? Go ahead.
The second question is concerning the 21 elders.
Go ahead.
Why did the Lord create the 21 elders? If he's the most high, he's the most wisest in the galaxy, why did he create it?
Okay, when you say he's the most wisest, that means what?
Most high. Most wisest meaning he...
And what does that mean?
Well, he knows.
He knows everything. How?
Because he's the most high, so he
right, he does know everything, but how does he know everything?
Through the angels and them.
Hey, give him a hand. Here we go now. Right? Yeah. Here we go now. Yeah, he does know everything. Right? I said earlier the angels are in the room. The Most High is not in the room. He sends soldiers that give report. 20, those, I believe, how many elders is it? 24 elders. Those elders give him the information he needs to make the best decisions, right? The angels give the elders the information they need to give the Most High the information that he needs. It's a chain of command. The Most High knows all, but how does he know all? Magic? No, not magic. I got a daughter. So when she was very young, she would say to me, "Oh, Abba, ask the Most High to use He magic to make it happen. Tell the Most High to use He magic." I said, "All right, I'll tell him." It's not like that. Do you understand? It's the Most High knows everything because he gets reports. He receives reports. He sits on a throne made of fire, and the throne is screaming his name. And there are droves of angels coming in, telling them what you're doing in Trinidad. And now he has all the information, and he knows everything. You know the precepts that you already know as I'm talking to you, right? About the precepts. The ladder that Jacob had. Jacob had a vision, and he saw a ladder leading from heaven to the earth. And there were angels going back and forth, up and down that ladder, bringing reports, telling them what's happening in this room. Tell them about what you're doing at home. Seeing you and what you're doing. Seeing you and what you're doing. And they give reports, and now he knows all. Do you understand? Anything else?
Yeah, last question. Mm-hmm. In the kingdom of heaven, would it have any sin?
Any what?
Sin.
Sin?
Yeah.
Okay, in the kingdom of heaven, this is the best way to understand it. The kingdom of heaven will be inhabited by men, people, with penises and vaginas, with stomachs and mouths. You understand? The difference is righteous men will be the government of that place. And so, those righteous men will not suffer sin. And that's the reason there'll be no sin. Not because people just don't desire sin, but because people are not influenced to do sin. So much of the sin you commit is because you're influenced to do it. The internet, your father, your mother, TV, everything is telling you to get high. Now, you think you just chose to get high? You didn't. You didn't. How many people out there when they were young ate rats? Raise your hand. Worms. What? Yeah, worms. You didn't eat worms or rats. No worms or rats. How about cockroaches? No worms? Raise your hand if you grew up in the world and you ate cockroaches. Now raise your hand if you ate shrimp. Crab, keep it up high. Pork. Why no rats? Who wants to raise their hand and tell me why they didn't eat rat growing up? Surely If I was in China, there'd be a different group of hands raised. So why no rat, sister? Because there were no commercials about rat eating. There's laws that say you can't eat rats. No cat eaters in the house, raise your hand. No. The reason you ate pork and shrimp and crab and not cockroach, rat, and cat is because you are just susceptible to advertising. That's all. That's all. Christians believe they can eat whatever they want to eat. How many Christians eat cat? Ask your grandmama if she had some nice cat. If she had some rat, some cockroach. Even your nasty grandma don't eat cat and cockroach. Why? Because when people say they can eat anything because of God, what they really mean is, I can eat whatever the commercial tells me to eat. They don't mean anything because they don't want to eat rats and mice. Does everyone understand? Does that answer your question? I gotta go. All right, next. Aren't we having something at the end of this with music and drinking? Not that I'm trying to drink. After my topic, the water. Go ahead, come on.
Like I said, that's that last question. Israelites and the heathens in the kingdom of heaven, would the punishments be even? For example, like today, if I smoke weed, I will get locked up for 100 years. A white man smoke weed, he get locked up for 6 months.
I got you. In America, if you commit a crime, give the microphone back one more time. In America, right now, if a poor person commits a crime, let's say a poor person steals, he takes money. There's a punishment for that, right? Okay. What if a governor takes a bribe? Is it worse than a poor person stealing or less?
It's like I said, it shouldn't be
it shouldn't be what?
It shouldn't be less.
It shouldn't be less. Why?
Because that's the laws. That's how the laws.
But okay, a poor person stole money.
Right.
Then a governor stole money. He took a bribe, took money for elections or something like that. In America, the laws are more severe if you are corrupt. Do you understand? The laws are more severe for mayors and governors. Why? Because corruption is more destructive than common thievery. It's more destructive. There's a cat named Milosevic that took $500,000 and he got 25 years in jail. You understand? Why? Because he was governor and he took that money to sell a Senate seat. Donald Trump pardoned him, of course. But if you're in America and if you commit corruption, just like in America, if you're a thief and you steal, that's a crime. What if you're a police officer and you steal? That's more severe because you are the government, and government corruption is worse than a common citizen committing an act of evil. In the kingdom of heaven, if you're an Israelite and you commit a crime, it's far worse than a white man committing a crime because you are the government. A white man committing a crime, his whole life is going to be hell anyway, y'all. You know, he's not going to be around long. You get the point. You are the government. What are you going to do? Commit crime in the kingdom of heaven? Precept. It was said of a time old that whosoever transgressed Moses' commandments were dealt with without mercy by the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses. But I say unto you, how much a sorer punishment shall they receive who have trodden underfoot the Son of God? If you, in times past, if you would break Moses' commandment, you would die because 2 people said you did it. You now are in the kingdom of heaven because of Jesus Christ. And what are you going to do? Still smoke weed? Still get high? How much of a sorer punishment shall you receive if you trodden underfoot the Son of God? everyone should get right now. Before you know it, you'll smell brimstone, and someone will appear in your house with a sword to kill you. They'll appear right there as you're getting high, as you're trying to molest a child, as you're trying to rape a woman, as you're trying to steal. You'll smell smoke, and that will mean the end of you. You understand? Give Trinidad a hand. This brings me. I gotta take a drink now. Now I'm gonna take a drink for this one, Maya. I'm gonna make a confession in here tonight that I've been meaning to make for 2 years, but I'm making it tonight, Maya. Where you at, Maya? I'm making it in here tonight. I have got to do this because this is true. Now hold on to your hats, everybody. Where's Shamgar at? Raise your hand, Shamgar. You see this brother Shamgar right here? Give him a hand. Shamgar is just like Trinidad. Just like Trinidad. Where'd you come from? New York, South Carolina, Philadelphia? Where'd you come from complaining about the road and how hard it was to get here and to get off from your job? Shamgar, where'd you come from? Out London, England. That's where he came from. But all of you complaining. You complain. Would you get stuck in traffic? Raise your hand if you got stuck in traffic. Oh, no. What? The plane was late coming from California. Shamgar comes from the UK, from London. And he's here tonight with no complaints at all. Maya? Maya, say it. Oh, Shamgar, he don't get Passover demons. No, that's you. That's you. You get Passover demons because you're weak. That's all. It's something General Yohana taught me. Life is about the difference between the weak and the strong. You are weak. Shamgar is strong. Maya, listen carefully, brother. Oh, my God. I'm going to say something tonight. Officer Shamgar of the UPK is stronger than me. Mayak, I'm gonna cry. This brother here, Mayak, I've weighed this in the spirit. Mayak, I live in the gym. A gym is my office. When you're calling me, I'm in the gym. I'm only home in the gym. Shamgar is stronger than me. Give him a hand. I've done it, Mayak. Shamgar, I was unsure, but then all my wives told me to be sure about it. Brothers, if you got a big head and you have a lot of pride, just get married. That's all. They'll tell you, Shamgar is stronger than you. Are you aware of that? He's stronger than you. Do y'all agree? Raise your hand. All my wives are there. They have a meeting and say, Shamgar is stronger than you. And I had to say that right. Listen, Shamgar is stronger than me. He's the strongest man in Israel right now. Give him a hand. I am not stronger than Shamgar. I cannot lift the weight that Shamgar lifts, my God. I cannot do it. Damn. Y'all don't lift weights. I'm assuming you tried, sir. My y'all got tried. Can't do it. Y'all don't lift weights, so you don't understand. Shamgar can shoulder press 325 pounds about 15 times. Do you understand what that means, Maya? How many times? What could he do it for 5 times? You understand? About 500 pounds. Shamgar is strong like the world's strongest man. He's on another level. Listen. He was last night. Of course, I guard Commanding General Yohana. Shamgar was there. I just said, go ahead and get up front. What can I do? Maybe I get to kill a couple of stragglers. Maybe some of them weave around you. I get to pull my thing out and do my business. But really, This is the stand up again, Shamgar. This cat is a strong. He is strong. This cat has supernatural strength. And if you think I'm exaggerating, I know what I'm talking about, and I'm not exaggerating. Shamgar, how much time can you do about 325 shoulder press? Jesus, Nimini Christ. Can you imagine what he could do? 2 reps? 3 reps? Listen, I might have to keep him. Okay? We going there. Where's Parashah at? Parashah, I might have to keep this one. Okay, because I'm not stronger than him. Do you understand? He got me. I made my confession. Now I'm free. Give him a hand. All right. Now tell my wives to shut their goddamn mouth, because I done said it. Mayat. Oh my Jesus, Mayat.
After the Hebrew Academy warfare last year, Shamgar come walking out.
Microphone.
Shirt ripped and everything. You understand? They tried to help him. They tried to come make sure Shamgar was all right. Shamgar threw them away from him. Shamgar come walking out. They said, he busted and bloody. They said, you good? He said, go there. And they just said, God damn. You know what I'm saying? And that was that. Congratulations, buddy, man.
Maya, how could I forget? Shamgar, when he graduated Hebrew Academy, it might have been the most masculine thing I've ever seen. Shamgar came out of, I'm not going to tell you what the trials are because you can't know unless you've been through it. But Shamgar came through the trials with his shirt completely ripped off. And to prepare for the trial, Captain Akkad isn't here. We knew he was coming through. And to prepare for him, we gave him triple the trial. Triple. He came through. He had no shirt on. And one brother saw him and tried to help him because he's walking through like. And some brother said, let me help you. He said, rah, and refused to help. I stood there and I said, he's better than me. He got me. You know what? I'm not lifting weights anymore. That's it, Asher. I'm done with the gym, y'all. Call me all night, y'all. Call me all night. I'm joking. I'm still going to the gym. I'm going to the gym to be second to the officer. I'm going. All right, damn. I'm tired of you. Let's have a drink today. Like I'm can't. That was hard for me. Because a lot of you think you're strong, but you're not strong. But this guy here is strong. All right. Any other questions before I get to this topic? Scan it one more time. Raise your hands nice and tall. Okay, Asher, anything? I'm sorry? Okay, I'm sure I got a time. I got to end this class, right? There's no specific time. Oh, shit. All right. Then let me give me you're going to give me first. Give me 1 Corinthians 11 and 34. Right. 1 Corinthians 11 and 34. We'll go down from there, all right? Okay, clap it up for the Passover, the Most High's high holy days. As those of you know,
11 and 34.
First of all, I, of course, want to thank all of the brothers that did that rap concert yesterday. Listen, that was, many of you know, I don't listen to rap music. It's not my personal preference. That was the best concert I've ever been to in my life. Ever. It was insane. Whatever y'all did in there, it was absolutely beautiful and heartwarming and courageous and screaming in a barren land. It was like yelling out something righteous in a land that is devoid of beauty. And it was beautiful and outstanding. Give yourselves a hand. And Captain Katazar, and One day I looked up, I'm sitting there looking up, and all of a sudden I look up on stage and somebody has a mask on. I said, what in the hell is going on up there? I ain't even it like perplexed me, like what is happening up there on that stage? I look up, they're rapping, all of a sudden they got masks on, glittery masks. It was insane. Give Yaremuk a hand. I found out later it was him. I didn't know who the hell it was. It wasn't until he lifted up the mask, I said, I should have known it was Yaremuk up under that goddamn mask. He crazy enough to get up under that mask. He's in a cult, Yaremuk. And I don't know who the brother is in the tuxedo. I still don't know who the hell that is, my God. Somebody had a tuxedo on with the mask on. I don't know who it was, but somehow it was great. Somehow it was amazing and wonderful. I said, God damn it, what are they doing up there? And listen, Maya, who had the hand up? Come on. Officer Sadat, where's he at? Is he here? Listen, he was amazing. Yaremuk was amazing, and all of the performances. And you know what was good too? Each brother that came up from the different countries and the states that they're from, and you could clearly tell that they were an excellent representative of that place. Like, what's the brother from California? Nataza, and what's the brother who was with him, the captain? And Kwam were all, they were so clearly from California. Like, when they got up there, I said, these brothers are from, if they didn't tell me, I would know they're from California. They everything about them said they were UPK from California. And the brothers from Texas, give them a hand. Those brothers got up from Texas. They were from Texas. And it was so beautiful in that Commanding General Yohana chooses men to be in charge of schools because you are a representative of those people who need your help. You're one of them, and they should follow you. If you're in Texas, you should follow Yatazaka. If you're in Northern California, you should follow Kwamwa'al. And the brother from Florida, what's a brother named from Florida was up there rapping? From Florida, I forget his name too. Man, he was so clearly from Florida. And he was a representative of Florida, but he was righteous and in the school. And if you're from Florida, that's who you should follow. Those brothers. And Captain, what's his name? From Florida. Shawarya Allah, right? Shawarya Allah. It was beautiful. It was outstanding. I was so impressed. And Captain Nakar, forget about it. I mean, he's insane. And Captain Katazai and Captain Tawar. Captain Tawar, you know, is my physical brother. And he's the one thing in my life that still holds a little. I can feel that he pulls on me. He give me a little like, oh. Because I changed his diapers. He ain't going to tell y'all that. And taught him how to talk. And taught him to rap. He don't mention that either. He don't bring that up. Captain Tawar, he was a little tiny baby like my little son, Kanar. And I taught him a Run DMC rap. It was called The Son of Byford. And he said that rap like a rapper. Like he said it and said the rap as a little baby. And lo and behold, there he is up on that stage. And he's a captain in the Israelite School of UPK, which is just outstanding. And hold up. And I got to give him a hand. Captain Ariel was up on that stage too. Captain Ariel looked like Suge Knight up on that stage. I told my ribs, now Captain Ariel is finally looking like my prodigy. Looking like my seed, like he came from my cojones. Now he up there looking like my progeny up on that stage. He did a hell of a job. All of you brothers, and even when you all crowded on the stage, it was excellent. Some of you brothers, I don't know if you knew this, right? But whoever wanted to get up on that stage, you get up on that stage. You want to get up on that stage, get up on there. You're One West. You at the end, we're going to do this every year. It's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Listen, You want to get up on that stage? You get up on it. Go, Maya. She ain't asked. Child will ask. She used all her husband's rank to get up on that stage. She ain't scared of that. She got up on there. She ain't asked no damn body. She know who she married to. Listen, you want to get up on that stage, you're One West. We want you there. Why? Because the Passover, this meal, these days, it's not about the meal. It's not about the lamb and the bread and the wine. It's about each other. It's about each other. Give me 1 Corinthians out.
This is the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 11 and verse 34. And if any man hunger, let him eat at home.
Let me skip you up a taste, all right? Bear with me. We're going to 1 Corinthians. I'm just going above where you're at right now. Skip above it. Not 34. Just keep that noise down for me in the back, huh? Read 20. I believe you're right.
This is the book of 1 Corinthians.
1 second. 26. Nice and quiet in here, and then we'll get it down. I can do whatever we're going to do after this, all right? Go ahead.
This is the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 11, verse 26. For as often as ye eat this bread and drink this cup, ye do shew the Lord's death till he comes.
This is Paul. Paul was celebrating the Passover just like we did, just like we're doing after the death of Jesus Christ, after he rose from the dead. He went and spread the truth all throughout Asia Minor, all throughout Thessalonica, Galatia, Ephesia, and Rome. And he celebrated the Passover. And he's saying that as you eat this meal, you do what? Again?
Show the Lord's death till he comes.
You show the Lord's death until he comes. As we're eating the Passover meal, we're eating tonight. We're going to eat lamb tomorrow. We'll eat unleavened bread on the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We're doing this showing the Lord's death until he comes. All of us eat this meal with this in mind. There's one man not here. There's one brother not here. And that's our King, Jesus Christ.
That's right.
He's not here eating this meal with us. So as much as we eat it, we're not eating it like a meal, like, you go eat food because you're hungry. We're eating it knowing the whole reason for the meal, the brother who told us to eat it is not even able to eat it with us. I think about brothers like Makatazar. Makatazar is a brother that didn't get to be here in North Carolina, right? He didn't get to be here in North Carolina. He didn't get to do this, right? He did not get to be here. I think about how he would have liked to be here, man. Makatazar was a cult leader. Oh, yeah, he was. He didn't get to see this, right? He didn't get to be here in North Carolina, in the city that he worked so hard in and worked on the Common War. Give him come on. Common War. Yeah. Common War. Common War. He's another brother. That's in Atlanta, right? Yeah, Officer Common War, man. Officer Boya, right. Officer Boya. Yeah. They didn't get to see it, right? They didn't get to be here. They didn't get to see, all their brothers and to eat the lamb with them and to be with them. And man, they would have loved it, man. They would have loved it. And if you could remember them, you would understand why we eat together. Right? Eating together it's a tremendously communal event with people. If some of you brothers and sisters, if you have families at home and you're not connected with each other, if you don't really, if you can tell you don't have a connection, start eating with each other. Start sitting down every day at a dinner table and eating with each other, because the act of sharing food with each other on a regular basis, it builds a bond. You form bonds like that. And Christ, brother, when he knew that he was about to die, he sat down and had a meal with his brothers because he was going to miss them, right? He was going to miss them, like Makatazar and like Abaria. Say the other brother's name? And I remember when Kama Ward died and Commander General Yohana went down to Atlanta, man, to go speak on the street corner for him because the brother's family would not allow us to come do his funeral, his burial. And Commander General Yohana said, well, if the family won't let us come do his burial, his physical family, even though that was not the wishes, those were not the wishes of that man, that we'll celebrate him on the street corners. We'll celebrate him where we can. And we did. And we did. That this meal is not about the food. This meal is about who you are eating it with. That's what this meal is about. Keep reading.
Verse 27. Wherefore, whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and the blood of the Lord.
Since this meal is not about the bread and not about the lamb, it's about Christ. It's about the fact that he is not here and he gave his body and gave his blood so we could be here. So now if you eat the lamb and you eat the bread and you're not worthy of eating it, you're guilty of the body and you're guilty of the blood. Why? Because you're eating a meal that was meant for a sincere person. That's what this food is for. This food is not food to feed people. We do that in the UPK. We have food programs and we feed sinners every day. We feed drug addicts. We feed homosexuals. We feed the evil of this world. We give them food. This meal is not a meal. This meal is about who you're eating it with. And so if you are eating this lamb and eating this food, but you don't deserve to eat it, then you're guilty of his body and his blood because this meal is about him. Now, how do you know? How do you know if you should not be eating the food they're serving in this room? Or you should not be eating the lamb that we will serve on the Passover and the unleavened bread? How do you know if you're unworthy of eating it? Keep reading.
Verse 28. But let a man examine himself.
Read it again.
But let a man examine himself.
Read again.
But let a man examine himself.
Let a man examine himself. Before you go and get in line and go eat the food, and before you get your Passover lamb, the water to officer, the Kamaya and the brothers that work with him, they arrange for the Passover lamb to be cooked. Who's in charge of the unleavened bread, Maya? You know? Nakamaya, he's in charge of the unleavened bread, and I'm sure he had sisters working with him. Sisters made the unleavened bread this year. Raise your hand if you had something to do with that. No one in here? Who the hell knows what he did? But he did it. And he made the unleavened bread appear. And you're going to eat unleavened bread. You're going to eat lamb. We're going to feed you every night that you're here. We fed you yesterday. We're going to do it. If you are unaware of whether or not you should not have eaten it and you should not eat it, examine yourself. Examine yourself. You want to look at yourself. What are you doing in your life? There's the part of you that we see, and there's the part of you that we don't see. But the Most High God sees it, and you see it. If you are smoking weed, you should not be here. You should eat at home. If you're smoking cigarettes, eat at home. There's food in your own refrigerator, right? If you're an alcoholic, eat at home. If you're some sexual deviant, eat at home. If you hate your husband for having another wife, you should not eat this food. Do you understand? You should go home. You don't have any food in your refrigerator. Eat there. Eat there. That's where you can go and eat. Right? Then you can hate your husband, hate his other wife, hate the fact that he can have more than one wife. and you can get full at home. Why are you here? That's lamb for some other sister who fights her demons, who fights her jealousy. Why are you here? Don't you understand? We don't have an infinite amount of lamb and bread. Are you going to eat food for a sister who sincerely is in the UPK? I'm going to look up, and you're not going to be here, and I'm going to thank you for doing that. I'm going to turn my head. You're going to leave. And I'm going to say she did the right thing. And guess what's in your refrigerator? All the food you want. Everything you want is home. This food and this lamb are for sisters who are sincerely one West. You eat unworthily. You shouldn't do it. We're wasting food on you. We're not the Christians. We don't have all the money in the world to buy all the food in the world. We don't feed bitches and sinners. No. I wish some other brothers and sisters were here that died before they could be here. Like that sister who's here from New York that remembers that sister in Trenton, New Jersey. You remember her? The sister in Trenton, New Jersey. Say again. What's her name? I'm sorry. Let me hear the name so it can remind me.
Sister Kaya.
Where was she from? She was from New Jersey? No, not her. Nabaya's wife.
From Newark, New Jersey.
Newark, New Jersey. No, but Kaya. Yeah. Kaya was one West top. Yeah, Kaya she was one West. That sister, man. She was. I wish she was here, right? Not you. I wish you were not here. But I wish she was here, but she couldn't be here. Right? And you shouldn't eat her food. You shouldn't eat those other brothers' food. You should go home and eat what you have. Keep reading.
And so let him eat of that bread and drink of that cup. Verse 29. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily, eateth and drinketh damnation to himself.
You're damning yourself by eating this food. What are you here to do? To eat our food, drink our liquor, and drink our wine? Drink your own. The Christians believe in only having one wife. They don't have dinner. You can't eat their effing food. You like to get high, don't you? You like cigarettes and smoking weed and prostitutes. The Christians have dinner. Eat there. Why are you here? Eating food we could give to a brother who's sincere. You're damning yourself. Please believe that. You're damning yourself. Keep going.
Not discerning the Lord's body.
Not discerning what?
The Lord's body.
Not understanding. The term discerning means understanding. You don't understand the Lord's body. What is the Most High's body? We are the Most High's body. Each other. And then I know this is strange. I know it's weird. I know it means we're in a cult. I know that. But we care about each other more than we do food and water and breathing. We care about each other. What matters is that we're with each other, that we're here with each other, that we fought what we had to fight. We went through what we had to go through to be with each other. You don't understand us if you're eating this meal thinking it's about eating a meal. You don't understand. Keep going.
Verse 30. For this cause many are weak and sickly among you.
Let me tell you what's going to happen to you. If you eat this meal unworthy, you're going to die of the COVID-19 virus. You're going to get cancer. You're going to die of diabetes. You're going to just get in a car accident. You're going to, if you refuse to stop eating food meant for a righteous woman, to stop eating food meant for a righteous man, the Most High will get rid of you because you're going to just come eat all of our food. You're going to just come get all of our help. Some of you stupid bitches and brothers, you love to call me day and night about your problems, day and night. But the minute that I require patience of you, the minute I require for you to do something for the school, oh, that's too much for you. Oh, you can't do that. No, some of you are only in the truth, focusing on me quick, because you believe you can get something out of it. Some of you dumb brothers over there, let me tell you who you are. If you don't get a woman quick, you're going to leave the school. Because really, you're only here believing that you can have a successful marriage and you want a woman. But if you don't get that woman, you're going to leave the school. Some of you, if your woman leaves you, you are going to leave the truth because your wife left you and your wife is a slut. And if she leaves you, you're going to say, ever since I came into this school, things have been going bad for me. Why are you still here? Things are going to keep going bad for you until you leave the school. You've got to leave so you can have heaven. You can go out in the world and have the heaven that everyone has in the world. Some of you women, forget about it. Let me tell you the truth of you. Listen carefully. Some of you are only here because you want a man. And you act like you believe in the truth so you can get a man. Because since you were 13 years old, your entire life has been about boys. You didn't go far in your career. You didn't go far in school because you are boy crazy. And of course, in the UPK, we have extremely strong, handsome men. You see them over there. They handsome as hell. Look at this brother right here. Look at Yaramak. Stand up, Yaramak. This is what they want. Yaramak, give him a hand. Oh, they want that. I already showed you Shamgar. Shamgar pick three of you up like this here. Put you up on there. You want somebody to pick you up, don't you? Shamgar pick up three of you like this. And I got so many more brothers, and you see all these handsome, strong brothers. So what do? You house your mouth. But here's the problem. An insincere woman is revealed in here because a situation will happen that will demand for you to be loyal. And you don't have it because really you're just becoming what you think you need to become to please your husband. But inevitably, he will put you to the test and you're not going to pass it because you are a selfish, stupid bitch. And because of that, you're going to say, I ain't going for this. I'm leaving you. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of sharing. I don't want this anymore. Then why would you eat today? Why would you do that? We could give that food to another sister. A good woman can have a double portion of food. She could get second, take food home with her, right? She could have more food. Why would you eat her food? Everybody understands, right? Well, guess what? You'll be dead in a while. You're going to have a terrible health problem. Those fibroids are chasing you. Those fibroids are going to chase you until they catch you. Why? Because you are insincere and you won't stop eating food for righteous women, so the Most High will remove you. Everybody understands? Keep going.
And many asleep. Verse 31.
And many, meaning some people die in their righteousness. The Bible talks about that. A man who dies in his righteousness. A woman who dies in her righteousness. But many other people are dead because really that's the only way to get rid of you. That's the only way you'll get out of here. Because you're a wicked and a sinner who, acts like she's in the truth or acts like he's in the truth. You'll go either way. Keep going.
Verse 31. For if we would judge ourselves, we should not be judged.
Read that again. I know you're too dumb to get this. I know. One second. But I want you to focus in, and then this is where I'm ending the class. This is helpful to you in your ignorance. Read it again.
For if we would judge ourselves.
Again.
For if we would judge ourselves.
Again.
For if we would judge ourselves.
That's what the world says about us. You so judgmental. Don't judge. You shouldn't judge. God said, if we would judge ourselves, if we would judge ourselves, if we would judge ourselves. Keep reading.
We should not be judged.
If you would judge yourself, then no one else has to judge you. Right? Then God doesn't have to judge you because you'll judge yourself. You'll look at yourself and you'll go, you know what? I act like I'm in the truth. I love it. I love the fact that my husband married me even though he had another wife. Oh, you dumb bitch. You don't care about that. You listen, when your husband says, I got another wife, do you mind? How is your Martha? I don't mind. I'm fine with that. But in the process of having another wife, you hate his other wife. You can't stand his other wife. You talk about his other wife. I thought you were fine with this. I thought you had no problem with this lifestyle. You thought he would leave her because you're so great. You're not great. You're not. He's not going to leave her. He would never leave her. He loves her. Do you understand? He loves that woman. And he loves you. He's never going to leave her. He's never going to leave you because he is a man of God. Let me give you the other side. Some of you brothers out there, you are only here because we will house you and give you a place to live. And we will take care of you. And we will give you money. And we will support you. You are what General Yohana calls baptized for a bed. We take care of you. You come in here, you're not starving anymore. We're going to feed you. Some brother will move you into his home. Why do you think he's doing that? He's doing that because he's One West. He's UPK. And now you're going to live with him and his wife. And his wife better not complain. She better not even say a word about it. She doesn't have a choice, Isupk. He's going to say, here, baby, this is Mahayaman. He live with us now. She's going to say, well, I guess I'll set an extra plate out for dinner. Because the bitch know if she say anything about it, it's a sad day on that block. You're here for that. But the minute you can't get all the help you want, the minute you can't get every bit of help that you need, or God forbid, we ask you to help someone else, then there's no love in the UPK. We don't love, there's no love in there. We don't love any. Yeah, they loved me when they gave me a place to live, helped me, gave me all the money, bought the boots on my goddamn feet. Did everything for me. But you know what? I asked them for this and they didn't give it to me, so there's no love in here. Brother, if you eat that lamb, you're going to get in a car crash. You're going to get killed in some strange, miraculous way. Don't ask me about it. The FBI love to ask us about everything. The FBI called us about some death that was ridiculous. Who was that? Who was the camp leader that called me and told me this? Somebody tripped. I don't know when somebody fell down the steps. And of course, the FBI said, do y'all know anything about this cat falling down the steps? No. Did you see us there with our legs sticking out? I wish I remember who the hell it was. I know it was a ridiculous call. No, we don't. We ain't have our legs sticking out at the top of the stairs. People die because God judges them because they don't judge themselves. Everyone understands. All right. Any more? Is that it?
Answer.
Go ahead.
Verse 32. But when we are judged, we are chastened of the Lord, that we should not be condemned with the world.
That's him. Do you understand that by you coming into the school, you have opened yourself up, just like Trinidad brung out. You've opened yourself up to a higher level of judgment because you're not in the world. You're not the ignorant who don't know any better. You've been trained and taught, and there's been so much time poured into you to educate you. And what are you going to still be, a filthy drunk and a drug addict? And some sinner that has sex with whores and prostitutes? What are you going to be, some dumb bitch that is still disgusting like your aunts and your sisters and your mother? You are causing yourself to be judged at a higher standard because you've been given a higher responsibility because of the knowledge that you've learned. You should have never come in here. Never. You messed up. You joined the cult. That's up to you. You did that. I ain't do that. You fucked around and joined the cult. You did that. Well, now that you've done it, there is a great responsibility with knowing what you know that your mother never had because she didn't know her race. My mother didn't know what race she was. My grandmother didn't know her race. You know. And what do you think? No one will require anything of you more than that? Yeah, you don't read the Bible then, because I could, of course, give you 100 scriptures saying differently. Please wrap this up.
Verse 33. Wherefore, my brethren, when ye come together to eat, tarry one for another.
Therefore, my brethren, when you come together to eat, tarry, therefore, one for another. Who knows what the term tarry means? It's Old English. Tarry. Officer right there. To wait. As you eat, wait for another. In the Christian church, I don't know if you sisters noticed this. If this is your first time, you might not have. Women eat first. Who eats first? Women. If you go to church, first we must feed the women's. They get in line first. In here, the women eat last. In here, you have to wait. You have to wait. In here, the troopers, you eat last. The captains eat first. You have to wait. You're going to have, they've earned their right to eat before you. They've done that. They've earned it. Why? Because they all used to be troopers, right? They all used to wait. You have to wait for each other. Because why? Because this is not about the food. This is not about the drink. This is about being with each other and about remembering the brothers who are not here, the sisters who are not here. Anymore.
Concert. Verse 34. And if any man hunger,
Where'd I go after this?
let him eat at home.
Read that again.
If any man hunger, let him eat at home.
I know you're starving to death. Lord knows you're starving.
Let him eat at home.
I know you've never eaten before.
Let him eat at home.
I know it's been at least 30 minutes since you've eaten.
Let him eat at home.
I know it's been at least 10 minutes since you've drank.
Let him eat at home.
Go home. Just eat at home. You don't have to be here to eat. Surely you can eat at home. That's why you got diabetes, because you eat at home. You can eat at home. That's why you got high blood pressure, because you eat at home. You don't have to be here to eat, to drink. That's not what this is. If you're hungry, go home and eat. Does everyone understand? Anything else?
That ye come not together unto condemnation.
That you don't come here and condemn yourself, because we'll all find out later. My phone will start to ring. It's already started to ring. Already, I've kicked somebody out the school this weekend. It gave me pleasure to do it. I kicked him out to school. Some drunk that tore up a hotel room. I just kicked him out to school, and I did enjoy it, right? I'm going to kick more people out to school this week. Right? If you go and you get so drunk and you embarrass us, you do something and you get pulled over by the police and you know, run or some stupid shit like that. The UPK, we don't run, Knock. You get pulled over by the cops, go to jail. Put your hands behind your back and go to jail. Unless you're a punk and you feel unsafe in jail. Are you a punk? Can you not go to prison and behave yourself like a man until you get bailed out in righteousness? Then we expect you to put your hands behind your back and go to jail if you're being pulled over unrighteously. Now, if you're some lunatics going 200 miles per hour down some street, you're gone. It won't be a ceremony either. It won't be dramatic or theatrical. We'll just call your camp leader and we don't ever want to see you again. And that's that. If you do anything to embarrass this school this weekend, anything. If you and another brother get in a fight and you're arguing with each other in public, and at the end of the fight, you two hug each other and in the spirit of Christ forgive each other, you're both kicked out to school. Now, I can't warn you any better than that. Talk to other brothers and see if I'm exaggerating. I'm not. This happened already. It's going to happen again. You are not allowed to embarrass the school. If you and your wife, you love to fight at home, like two cats, right? Like alley cats, because you're so ghetto and you don't have any training. Your mother was an alley cat and your father was an alley cat. So you fight. You fight when you're outside the house. If I hear a sound that you're in that bedroom, in that hotel room fighting, and if the hotel security comes because you're in there arguing about what? Other women, obviously. Then you and your wife are going to disappear. FBI, I don't mean, killing you. What I mean is your camp leader will tell you, go back home. You're not allowed to come to the Passover. You can stay in North Carolina, go see the sights. But you can't come to the Passover or to the Feast of Unleavened Bread because you've embarrassed us. Because this meal is about Christ. This meal is about who is not here and about remembering the brothers who are here, the sisters who are here. But for some of you, you might think this is just, you're out, on a vacation. And so you fight and argue in your hotel room. It's going to happen, and I'm going to show you that I speak not in vain. I can't wait. It's really why I'm here. Don't damn yourself. Leave now. Don't stay here. For those of you that decide to join my cult, then you stay here and remember the brothers and sisters who are not, who wanted to be here and who could not. With that, pass the class over to who? Anyone want it? Who's the guard? You take it. What's your name?
I got it. Oh.
Let me give it to him. Go ahead. What's your name, Up? Quadam? Quadam. Give the class over to Priest Officer Quadam.
Men of Israel. Come. Men of Israel. Imagine. We're going to give one courteous salute to the general. Men of Israel. Imagine Shabbat. Imagine. Barak. How about Shimei
How about Shimei Shai Thumb?
Yaya Matai Salaki. Sisters Imagine. Salaki. Sorry. Men of Israel. We're going to give one courteous salute to the sisters. Men of Israel. Imagine Shabbat. Imagine. Barak. Yahweh Shemal Atam Shimei Shai. Yaya Matai.
Who's the power? Who's the power? Who do we fear? Who is your king? Who is your king? Who is your king? What's your name? Israel. Israel. Yahya Matar. Dismissed.
Check, check, check.
I want to play you one of my smooth jazz charting songs from last year. I think you'll recognize it. It's called Can We Talk?
So we don't got that's some equipment, right? I wouldn't mind having this at the table. I'm talking about the extra stuff. Like, I can move it. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow, I'm gonna set the table for cash. I just like it. You don't mind you put North Carolina. Bring it and everything else.
are going to feature our outstanding guitar player, Doc Silvers, on this track. So we're going to bring up our beautiful artists.